Are young people who've just finished their first degree, and the degrees are very diverse.
We are going to be in a 5-week training, and it's going to be intense. I like it because I want something challenging, something that will help me grow in many ways.
I'm very happy to be here. It's a dream come true for me. I'm very anxious. I'm wondering, okay, I'm going to the community for a year. What shall I do? Will this training help me? This only 5 weeks training help me. But one thing that is in me, I'm very positive.
Our 5 weeks of pre-service training, we first introduce them to the mission and the vision of CorpsAfrica, a little bit of the history, because they're really not employees of CorpsAfrica, they are volunteers within the organization.
We want to be here to support the first cohort of Kenyan volunteers.
As an organization, we have our Chief Training Officer. We also have trainers from the different countries, because we are in 6 different countries at the moment. Of course, they have to go back to their countries, but we do have our own training officer within the country who continues with the training across the 5 weeks. So today is a very exciting day. We are actually going to the village of Karanji, where our volunteers will stay for the next 1 week. They are going to experience how it actually feels living in the rural communities where eventually we shall place them. Integrating with the community means you become a part of them. So if I want to integrate in a community, I cannot go and sit back as the host family is busy doing the normal work within the homestead. So when you do these chores that you find them doing, it's easier then to build trust with them, and trust is very critical if you're going to live in a community.
The main ingredient in basop making the mafuta, oil.
So during the training, we expose the volunteers to a wide range of different things: environmentally friendly ways of farming, sanitation and health, social entrepreneurship. The English say that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So we have to integrate a lot of play within the training. This ranges from sports to things like cooking together, and like now it's World Cup. They watch matches together. All these are fun activities, and we appreciate them because it allows them to bond. We have certificates that we are giving our cohort on asset-based, community-led development and human-centered design certification, which we trained them during this time. So the swearing in is the culmination of 5 weeks of intense training.
I, do solemnly swear that I will fulfill my duties as a CorpsAfrica volunteer.
So the volunteers are actually now ready to go and volunteer for the next 11 months in the communities. So tomorrow, 4 a.m., they are out to start going into the communities. For this first cohort, we are covering 5 counties: Kitui, Machakos, Makueni, Narok, and Kajiado. By the time the volunteer finishes this one-year volunteerism, they will have discovered that they're actually resilient, that they have leadership skills within them. They will have learned problem-solving skills, critical thinking, all those things that actually we need for life. So I'm excited that CorpsAfrica is here. This is Kenya's first CorpsAfrica cohort. Congratulations to all of you who are here. Today is the 30th of October 2022, and we are here in Nairobi CBD. We are waiting for our volunteers to come, and they're coming from various parts of the country. They're going to Brackenhurst. It's about 40 kilometers from CBD. And as they were heading there, the bus broke down. They had to push it off the road, and it was quite an adventure. It's a beautiful, beautiful beginning of PST. CorpsAfrica was actually born out of a vision of our founder and CEO, Liz Fanning. She herself was a volunteer with the Peace Corps, and she volunteered in Morocco. One of the young ladies there asked her, "Why can't I also do what you're doing? Because I want to help my community and my society." So this is where the dream and the vision came from. So these cohorts are young people who
It's beautiful living under Kilimanjaro mountain. It's quite hot sometimes, but it's also cold at times. Yeah, so I really like it living here, and it's green. I have a community mapping in my community in Gama, in Kajiado South constituency. Yeah, that's where we'll be heading today. So I'm just preparing my materials for the day, for the mapping event. I'm given around 20,000 shillings, so that's what I'm supposed to manage. It has been an adventure. You have to make a budget. You have to make sure you save, yes, and also you meet your needs. It's a rural place, so the houses are relatively cheap compared to Nairobi where I was staying, so the houses are a bit cheap. Habari ya leo? Tuko salama? Haya, sawa. Sasa leo tulisema tutachora ramani ya hii community yetu ya Ngama. So we do community mapping. We call it community asset mapping, where we sit down and then we map our own community, and then we identify the assets we have as a community. So if we have a river, we have a forest, we have land, so we can see how to use the assets we have to do our own development. Msitu, si tuko na misitu? Possible solutions. Mahitaji ama shida zetu zenye tuko nazo. 1. Tumesema? Ai, kila mtu anasema maji. Amna shida ingi. And then we also ask what you like, what you don't like. Then you give reasons. Kanisa ndo ya maana. Sasa vitu ya maana tunaweza tumia nini tofauti, rangi tofauti. Tunaweka 2 hapo juu. Mnapenda kwenda hapo na nia maana, sio? Sasa hapa hivi tutumie hii rangi tofauti. Hapa kwa kate kistapa atupendie. Wapi kwingine? So if you don't like a certain place, let's say you don't like this area, why? Because that is where your children go to get drunk. So they give you reasons. It helps you identify needs, number 1, and then the assets you can use to address these needs. So I just trained the community on how to do asset mapping. So right now they are drawing the maps. I have 4 groups.
What are we writing? What are we writing the map?
Si tuko na barabara penye tuko. Unaweza anza na barabara, tukitoka kwa barabara tuko na nini?
Homesteads. Kuna maboma. Homesteads.
Ikuje hivi, hii barabara ikuje hivi, kama hii barabara, alafu tuongeze hapa. Utakuwa umeharibu.
Hapana, haitaharibu, si ndio?
Sitaharibu.
After this, we'll sit down as a community. We've come up with different ideas of what the needs we have and see what we can do. If it's doing more farming, if it's doing more tree planting, we can come up with a project that we can do as a community.
Mpaka tutafute njia mbadala, njia ya kujitegemea wenyewe.
We have IST1 on the 26th of February. IST is in-service training 1. Yes, in CorpsAfrica. So by the 26th, I want to have like a concrete idea, a draft of proposals of different ideas of what we can do as a community. When I go for the IST one, I'll have to pitch there as we learn more about proposal writing and yes. It's beautiful living under Kilimanjaro mountain. It's quite hot sometimes, but it's also cold at times. Yeah, so I really like it living here, and it's green. I have a community mapping in my community in Gama, in Kajiado South constituency. Yeah, that's where we'll be heading today. So I'm just preparing my materials for the day, for the mapping event. I'm given around 20,000 shillings, so that's what I'm supposed to manage. It has been an adventure. You have to make a budget. You have to make sure like you save, yes, and also like you meet your needs. It's a rural place, so the houses are relatively cheap compared to Nairobi where I was staying, so the houses are a bit cheap. Habari ya leo? Tuko salama? Haya, sawa. Sasa leo tulisema tutachora ramani ya hii community yetu ya Ngama. So we do community mapping. We call it community asset mapping, where we sit down and
This is Kenya's first CorpsAfrica cohort. Congratulations to all of you who are here. Today is the 30th of October 2022, and we are here in Nairobi CBD. We are waiting for our volunteers to come, and they're coming from various parts of the country. They're going to Brackenhurst. It's about 40 kilometers from CBD. This is Kenya's first CorpsAfrica cohort. Congratulations to all of you who are here. Today is the 30th of October 2022, and we are here in Nairobi CBD. We are waiting for our volunteers to come, and they're coming from various parts of the country. They're going to Brackenhurst. It's about 40 kilometers from CBD. And as they were heading there, the bus broke down. They had to push it off the road, and it was quite an adventure. It's a beautiful, beautiful beginning of PST. CorpsAfrica was actually born out of a vision of our founder and CEO, Liz Fanning. She herself was a volunteer with the Peace Corps, and she volunteered in Morocco. One of the young ladies there asked her, why can't I also do what you're doing? Because I want to help my community and my society. So this is where the dream and the vision came from. So this cohort are young people who've just finished their first degree, and the degrees are very diverse.
We are going to be in a 5-week training, and it's going to be intense. I like it because I want something challenging, something that will help me grow in many ways.
I'm very happy to be here. It's a dream come true for me. I'm very anxious. I'm wondering, okay, I'm going to the community for a year. What shall I do? Will this training help me? Will this only 5 weeks training help me? But one thing that is in me, I'm very positive.
Our 5 weeks of pre-service training. We first introduced them to the mission and the vision of CorpsAfrica, a little bit of the history, because they're really not employees of CorpsAfrica, they are volunteers within the organization.
We want to be here to support the first cohort of Kenyan volunteers.
As an organization, we have our Chief Training Officer. We also have trainers from the different countries, because we are in 6 different countries at the moment. Of course, they have to go back to their countries, but we do have our own training officer within the country who continues with the training across the 5 weeks. So
it's beautiful living under Kilimanjaro mountain. It's quite hot sometimes, but it's also cold at times. Yeah, so I really like it living here, and it's green. I have a community mapping in my community in Gama, in Kajiado South constituency. Yeah, that's where we'll be heading today. So I'm just preparing my materials for the day, for the mapping event. I'm given around 20,000 shillings, so that's what I'm supposed to manage. It has been an adventure. You have to make a budget. You have to make sure you save, yes, and also you meet your needs. It's a rural place, so the houses are relatively cheap compared to Nairobi where I was staying, so the houses are a bit cheap.
Ndio? Unakuja, unachukua kaudang. Kaudang inaitwa aje kwa Kikamba? Cha, unauziwa pesa ngapi? Kuna mtu anakuzia? Hapana. Haya, maji. Nani anakuzia? Hakuna. Na hii mchanga, nani anakuzia? Kwa hivyo ukitengeneza cha briketi umetumia pesa ngapi? Hakuna. Umetumia kitu? Hakuna.
Hii ni makaa ambayo unaweza kaa nao for 3 months. Ndio hiyo sasa. Umeshika? Yes. So,
living within the community.
what guided us, especially during site identification, the site should be on a rural setup area and it should reflect under-resourced communities. That is one major factor. So you have to look for a site that people are in dire need. And it should be in a rural setup area, marginalized communities.
I stay with my host mom. Her name is Esther Weni. So my adaptation process.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to meet you guys. Thank you. Thank you. You can come all the way to the stage also. You take a photo with the MC here. Come take a photo in this nice stage. Daystar, thank you for hosting us here. CorpsAfrica, this is amazing. I want you to take a selfie with your colleague. Take a selfie. Wow, Baba Jeremiah, wow. Nakwambiaga hukuagi mzee, ni zile nguo tulikutana nazo. You look amazing. Haya, take a photo. Yes. Tuko hapa, yes. Yeah, can you? Yes, there they are, yes. Wow. Ungepatia huyo ndiye selfie stick iko hapa. Hii side nyingine. Wow, excellent. Okay. DJ, kuna kawibo inaitwa Oskido hapo tafadhali Oskido hapo DJ. I want to open the forum. Ensure you take a selfie. Remember, we have a silent auction out there. Amazing product at the back there. That's where we have our washrooms. They are at the back there. We have silent auction. Amazing African artifacts and curio products at the back there. Please visit that desk at the back there. You never know. They are retailing at a very good price. Discounted price for this forum, just for you. Yes, once you finish catching up, you can take your position. Enda kwa kiti yako pahali utakuwa unawakilisha. Turudi kwa viti zetu. If you have networked, ensure you have networked. Now you must know at least 5 new people you didn't know. At least 5 people. We can call you here, we give you an award. Kama umejua watu 5 huko unajuana na wao.
That
Haya, nataka you get to know at least 5 people, and we want to occupy the front seats. Let's occupy the front seats. Let's occupy the front seats. Let's occupy up to where we have the photographer, our media team. We want to occupy the front seats. Let's occupy the front seats. Tafadhali, tafadhali. Those seated at the back, let's occupy the front seats so that you are good to start. Wale tumekaa kule nyuma, let's occupy the front seat. Hapa kuna viti, let's move on this side. Yes, the beautiful lady waving there. Please, let's move the front seat so that we can start our forum. Karibu, karibu, karibu sana, karibu. Thank you for honoring the invite. Please, karibu, 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 karibu. Let's occupy the front seats. Let's occupy the front seats. Kuna viti hapa tafadhali. Yes, that team which is on that side. Our ushers. Yes, the two of you. Please, tuwapigie makofi wakikuja hapa mbele tafadhali. Thank you. Nyinyi wawili tafadhali. Let's occupy the front seats. Wale wako pale nyuma tafadhali. Tafadhali, tafadhali, kuna seats. We have seats on this side. We kindly request you occupy these seats. Tafadhali, let's occupy these seats. Wale wako kule nyuma so that we can start our forum. We want to start. The first presenter is already in the room, and we want to start our occasion. We will be starting officially with a word of prayer. Yes, asante, asante, asante. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. We have seats on this side. Wow, wow, wow. You look amazing. From where I'm standing, you look amazing. Thank you for coming. Asanteni kwa kuja, asanteni kwa kuja. I can see Catholic University in the room, Daystar University in the room. Everybody is here. Thank you for honoring the invite and joining us here. CorpsAfrica Demo Day, the project Demo Day events. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming. Tafadhali. Thank you, thank you. DJ, sijui kama umepata hiyo wimbo Uskidu. DJ Uskidu. Haya, we are starting. Haya, DJ ishikilia hapo. Good morning once again. Good morning. Wow, wow, na lobby weather is so nice. DJ shikilia tu kidogo hivyo. Selector, you are doing amazing job. Tafadhali wekelea kidole hapa kwa mapua ndio tuone kama all of us are here. Wekelea kidole yako ya right hapa. Yes, we are here. Place your right finger on your nose like this, then the other one here, so that you confirm you are in the right meeting. This is how we are. Then church. Confirm whether your neighbor is doing the right thing or he is doing the right thing. Yes, let's go together. We are here. Church. Okay, DJ, let's stand up on our feet, all of us. Let's stand up on our feet. We want to start. Shortly we'll be calling someone so that he can open for us with a word of prayer. Thank you. Karibu. Tuwapigia hawa makofi wakiingia. Tafadhali, we have your seats here. This is where the VVVIP are sitting. Please musikae huko nyuma. We knew you were coming. That's why we reserved these seats for you. Warete hapa mbele tafadhali. Okay? Yes. I want to at least we shake our body kidogo so that we shake our body so that we are able to start this forum in power. Okay, let's go. 1 2 3. Let's lift your both hands. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Kiuno. 1 2 3. 1 2. Haya, this is what you are doing. Okay, haya. 1 2 3. Let's go. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Tutaangalia na huko. Okay, so we'll be going on the right side. Okay, DJ, we are starting together. Okay, haya, let's start. DJ, start for us. Let's go, DJ. Shika kiuno. Hey. As we wait, okay, tupatie wimbo DJ hapo. We are starting shortly. We are calling the person who is leading us with the opening prayers to come so that we can officially start our forum today. We are grateful that you took your time to be with us here so that we can launch the 2023 Corps Africa Demo Day. This is the day we are bringing the volunteers on stage to bring their demo so that we can see what they have. And I know you are ready for them. Are you ready for them? We thank you, Corps Africa, for having us here. Okay, DJ, we are waiting. Are you ready? DJ, haya tulisema, I am awake, let's go. DJ, you are ready? I'm awake.
I need you to run down here, come on, let me see you.
Alive, enthusiastic. Let's go. I'm awake, alive, enthusiastic. I'm awake, alive, awake. I'm awake, alive, enthusiastic. Okay, as we wait for the DJ to release the song, it's always good. I know we are inviting the person who is leading us with a word of prayer. Okay, it's good we open the forum with our national anthem. Okay, yes, so we can all go. At least we do the first the first answer. Let's go, all of us. Mungu nguvu yetu. Let's go. Thank you. Let's grab our seat. As the DJ is sorting there. Thank you very much for coming. Few announcement. Announcement number 1. Our washrooms are behind the auditorium on your right, which is my left, the back of the auditorium. We have very clean, nice washrooms out there. Announcement number 2, we have a silent auction from Corps Africa, one of the projects. Already they have things on sale. We have a silent auction there. Please go at the back. You'll be able to secure some of their goodies at a very nice price. They have discounted price just for you who is attending this forum today. Announcement number 3. Please keep on smiling. These screens you are seeing around, the projector and the sound is using that energy. So if you are not smiling, we might be out of power. So keep on smiling, okay? Announcement number 4. We ensure all our phones are on silent as we are going live so that we are not able to disrupt the network, okay? Ensure all phones are on silent and na SIM card holder itolewe battery, okay? There are 2 kinds of phone. Kuna simu na ingine inaitwa SIM card holder. So for that one inatolewa battery juu zinalianga hata kama sijapigwa. They just, okay? Yes, it's important, okay? The other announcement, Corps Africa will be having refreshments shortly, so please don't go nowhere. You'll be taken care of, so don't go nowhere, and we are starting shortly. Allow me to invite the person who is leading us with our opening prayers. I don't know whether you are trained. I think our board chair will be able to lead us with a word of prayer. My name is KK from Eagle Management Consultants. So let's have one of our pastors all the way from south. This is Cape Town, Machakos. The first time I met you was in Cape Town, that presentation, and you moved the masses in Cape Town. Thank you very much. Maybe you lead us with a word of prayer so that we can go to our first presenter.
Thank you. I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ. How are you? I'm Reverend Joshua Musila from Machakos, and I'm happy to be with you this day. Thank you because God is faithful. He has given us this opportunity that we can come and meet and discuss. Thank you. May God bless each one of us. Let's pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you. We bless you. We glorify your name because of your love. Thank you for your care and protection. We pray that God, you are going to walk with us as we start this day. We pray for your blessings in the name of Jesus. Thank you for your journey mercies, because you have led us to this place. And we believe there are still others who are on the way coming. We pray for them that, God, you are going to protect them and take care of them. And as they join us, as we start this event, Jehovah God, we will thank you and glorify your name. We are presenting ourselves before thee. As we start this event, we want to pray that, Jehovah God, you are going to walk with us. We know very well why we are here. You know why we are discussing all these things, why we are presenting ourselves. We bless you because of CorpsAfrica. We bless you because of the invited guests. We bless you because of everybody who is here, who is in our ministry. We thank you for our guests, and therefore, our God and our Creator, we pray that, God, you are going to bless us. I want to pray for each one of us who will be presenting, starting with the master of ceremony and everybody who will speak this day. I pray that, God, you give them grace, you give them power, you give them understanding, that, God, they will speak according to your will, and the agenda of the day will be achieved, because you are God of miracles. We bless you and we glorify your name, because we will thank you for wonderful deeds which you are going to do to each one of us this good morning. We bless you, Jesus Christ, for your salvation. We ask all this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Thank you, sir.
Let's appreciate our Reverend. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you, Reverend. I think now we are ready to start, and thank you, Reverend, for leading us with the word of prayer. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for showing up to CorpsAfrica Demo Day. Thank you. This is our project Demo Day, and the first one, and we are grateful that you took your time to be with us here. We want to invite one of our board members, CorpsAfrica, and also the chairman, Mr. Anthony Okoth, so that he can open the forum. Let's appreciate him as he comes on stage. Let's appreciate him. We can do better. We can do better. We can do better. Thank you, sir, for having us here. Let's have him open the forum. Thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, MC. Hasn't he done an excellent job? Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. We are truly honored, Mr. Karuki, to have you as our MC, and we are excited that you have been able to give us energy. You should have seen some of us in front over here rigging, especially when they're being told to do this. Clearly, it was quite a bit of a challenge, but we thank God that we were able to participate. I stand here with two hats, because 15 years ago, I graduated from Daystar as an MBA graduate from this, and so I can say I'm an alumni, and I'm excited to be in this platform for one reason. Because I was told that, I was looking forward to having Professor officially invite us, but I was told that they're actually out for an emergency meeting. And so I was told I'll have to fit into Professor's big shoes, and said, whoa, that's something very hard to do. But again, on behalf of Daystar, as an alumni, I'd like to welcome you to Daystar University. We are glad that you all have made it. We have a few people who are streaming in online, and we're truly honored to have your presence here today. So that is with my alumni Daystar hat, and so now I come in with the CorpsAfrica board chair heart. And so again, we are truly grateful and excited to have this day. I think we've been looking forward to it. And for us as a board, we are here, several of us, most of us, some will be joining us later today, but I'm here with also my fellow board members. And so I'd like them to stand up so that you could actually see them, at least to recognize their presence. And then we'll have the rest as they join in, be able to be recognized as they come along. So I can already see the treasurer of the board who is here. So I'll actually ask her to wave. That's Pauline, who is the treasurer of the board. Let's give her a round of applause. We have our de facto secretary, who is also the country director, who sits on the board. And so I'll actually ask Dr. Patricia also to stand up. We recognize your presence. And hasn't she done a lovely job? I'm not hearing, I'm not convinced. I think for us as a board, we are truly excited, Patricia, for the work that you have done. Most of you might not know, but a year ago, Patricia reached out to 5 of us who she actually invited to become members of the board. And she told us about this vision and this ambition of CorpsAfrica being transformed and being planted into Kenya. Who would have said 1 year down the line, we're actually having a project demo day? And so we really want to appreciate you. We commend you. You've done an awesome job. I was speaking to Peter, who has experience of interacting with the Senegal program, and he was saying he was amazed with the wealth and the work that has happened, even within the growth and the trajectory here in Kenya. So kudos to you and your team. So I'd like to also recognize the team that Patricia has been working closely with, so that at least you could know that she's not doing it alone. So I'll actually ask Patricia's staff to stand up so that we can recognize them and know that we as a board, we truly appreciate it. So I'll ask them to actually stand up. Awesome. So those are the people who have been Patricia's right-hand people, and I actually asked Patricia to quickly just say their names and actually just say their roles and what they do within the organization.
Good morning, everybody. I'll ask the staff who are at the desk there to just come in briefly so that I can introduce you. So I'll start from my left. That's Emmanuel Botella. He is actually overseeing monitoring and evaluation. Next to him is Emma. Emma is our executive administrative assistant. Right here in front is Michael Muya. He is our training officer. And then we have Claire Vuyanzi, who recently joined us as a volunteer liaison. Right at the back, Irene, you can wave. That is Irene. She's our volunteer liaison. Then Nelly, just wave. That's Nelly. She's our accountant. Who have I left? Okay, so I think that's it.
Thank you. I want to do something special to this team. They have done a tremendous job over the last 1 year. So I'd like us to just give them a round of applause to appreciate them and say thank you. Thank you. I'm not convinced with that round of applause. It's a bit, I thought we've been warmed up by karaoke. Huh? So maybe karaoke should come back and at least show them how to do a round of applause to appreciate people who have turned around and made an organization to be within the mark of Kenya. Because I think today, CorpsAfrica is one of the organizations that is actually transforming and creating impact in Kenya, and you'll hear through the various projects that we'll be seeing today. So let's appreciate these staff people a bit better.
Thank you. Let's appreciate. We want to appreciate them. Okay. This is what we are going to do. Okay. Yes. See, they can start. Can they start? Can they start? No. They are the one who are starting, so that we appreciate them. Okay. For doing such an amazing job. Okay. Hii video tunafanya 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Then unafanya. Okay. Good. Are we ready? Let's go. Mara ya 4 ndio tunafanya hivyo, si ndio? Oh, joke wake dhraini unaelewa hapo, okay? Let's go.
I'm building a world where food connects us.
Wow. Thank you. I knew you'd not let me down in terms of appreciating the team in such a real and exciting way. I think for us as the CorpsAfrica board, we're excited because 1 year ago we met and we were given the vision of a group or a platform where we could actually engage Africans to actually start developing solutions for Africa. And so for us today, as we sit down and look at the project demo day, it is a vision coming to reality. And so for us, as we sit down and listen, I'd encourage a lot of people to engage through asking some tough questions. The team, I'm told, have prepared extremely well, and they're very excited about selling the ideas. And it's interesting that over and above the people here, the people online have pledged to double everything that everybody here is saying. So as you sell it, no, I'm lying. I'll just try to make sure that the people who are coming to pitch will be seeing a tremendous, will be actually be able to talk. But I think for us, what's important is recognizing that even as we are getting Africans to develop African solutions, one of our passions and the vision for today is to ensure that we are driving African philanthropy. And I think African philanthropy is just to show that we're saying that even within ourselves, within the little that we have the ability of blessing other people and actually being able to put our kitty together and be able to get transformative impact. On a day-to-day, I actually work for an organization called Habitat for Humanity, and what we do is also leverage on a lot of volunteerism, because we know that through the works of our hands, we're able to bless other people. And for us, we have seen a lot happening even within that space. And so that I do not steal the thunder for today, and we look forward to the demo day, I thought, what can I tell a lot of the people who will be sitting here? And I know that most of you who are sitting here are within that space where you're either looking for a job, you've actually identified opportunities, and you're actually saying, what next? And I think for me, one of the things that we've said that I'd like to say is just give you 10 nuggets or 10 things that I'd like you to walk away with in terms of ensuring that beyond this, as you develop that project, as you engage through that aspect, how will you use that to leverage to move next? Why am I saying that? It's amazing to recognize that even in Kenya, 70% of our population are within the youth. And within those 70% of that population, majority are still looking for opportunities to work. Right? And unfortunately, those jobs are not there. And so, what is the next thing that actually we can do as Kenyans to ensure that we engage this 70% of the youth to ensure that they actually are productive? And I think CorpsAfrica, as I said, is exciting because they have got the solution. The solution is working with volunteers to engage within communities and are able to come up with solutions driven from those communities and use that as a platform to transform. And then in the process, as they're creating those solutions, they are able to generate a form of livelihood and income to sustain themselves. So one of the things for me that I'd like to say is the 10 nuggets is that, one, the first thing is always have a vision. And that vision, you're within the community, look at the community and ask yourselves, what is the solution that I'm trying to create within this community? And as I create that solution, I'm asking myself, how do I ensure that I'm resilient through these tough times to ensure that I believe in the vision, in what the solution I'm trying to create, to actually create the change that will be able to maintain a positive impact in the market. Identify opportunities. As you look at the vision, identify opportunities that will come in. I think for me what's very critical is recognizing that even as we hear all these people who come in today and create ideas, recognize that these ideas is where most of the people have started from. I'm sure later on you'll get to hear from some of the biggest philanthropists, such as Madhu Chandaria. And where did he start? He started by having a vision. He looked at the opportunities and started creating solutions from those aspects. However, as you identify those opportunities, do research. There's always that aspect of people rushing into solutions without looking for or doing research and planning. So I'd actually encourage you as a third nugget, do your research and be able to ensure that you understand what you're actually getting into. We recognize that even with times right now, costs are escalating. and costs are going up. So even as you do and develop interventions, manage your costs. Cost management is a very important and critical step that will differentiate you from all other interventions. One of the things that was very exciting this morning was when Kariuki told us, wake up and network. Unfortunately, most of you just went and said, hi, hi, hi. Nobody asked me what I do. When you network, go an extra mile. Create that social network. Because he said your social net worth is your... You didn't even hear him say that, eh? Networking is critical. Build strong networks, because that's how you'll move forward. It's through those networks that you're able to build social capital, and you're actually able to sit at tables with kings. So again, I'll encourage you, yeah? When opportunities present themselves, take it, run for it, use it, you know, as you build your networks. The seventh one is adapt innovation. I think one of the things that we say that innovation is the ability to do things differently and more effectively and efficiently. As you look at those solutions that you're actually trying to encounter, ask yourselves, how can it be done differently? How can I use that to my advantage? And then the next nugget, which I think is very critical, and we discussed it with Peter this morning. It was amazing that as we were discussing with Peter, it looked like he seemed to be pulling my points out of it. But it's important to understand that you cannot go into a space or venture into your expertise without the ability being mentored and coached by people who have been there before. Yeah? So have the ability to identify strong mentors and people who have been within that space, and actually ensure that you draw in as much wealth and knowledge that you can get from those people. And then the last two, one, I would say that focus on customer value. It's not about you when you're creating those solutions. It's about the people you're serving. It's about the people you're creating the difference. And as you focus on creating that value add to your customers, you'll be able to create the wealth or the opportunity to create that aspect to generate wealth. They normally say that at most cases, as you invest in creating solutions for people, therein lands your purpose in life, and therein lands your opportunity or the ability to create wealth. And then lastly, for me, what I'll continuously say as I meet people is your ability to learn. I think what is the biggest challenge for us as a generation here in Kenya is that we shy away from continuously learning new skills and new talents. And I think for us, we'd like to see you people continuously develop that. For those people who are coming in with solutions, I'd like you to say, I'd actually be curious to hear today, how are you going to do it differently? Am I going to do beekeeping the way everybody has done beekeeping in the past? Or am I going to do it differently? How are you going to do it differently if you don't learn and build up a new skill set? And so I wanted to leave those 10 nuggets for you as individuals and say that we appreciate you as a board and excited. We'll be sitting down today listening on the many innovative ideas that will be coming through today. And over and above that, we can't wait. We can't wait from a year from now to be saying, I was there when it started. And again, we appreciate. So back to you, Kariuki, and we appreciate. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Mr. Anthony. Thank you. Mr. Anthony, thank you for your good advice to those who are looking for opportunities. Please, let's sit here, learn, network, grab opportunities. And thank you for the wonderful presentation. Our next speaker is none other than Dr. Patricia, who will be speaking to us so that we can hear the vision of CorpsAfrica, so that we can be able to understand where are we headed to, okay? Shake the hand of the neighbor next to you. Be a neighbor. Kaide network. Your network is your net worth. Your network is your network is your net worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. As you've heard, my name is Dr. Patricia Kingori. I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Chairman, for your nuggets of wisdom. So on behalf of CorpsAfrica, Kenya, I'd like to welcome all of you to our Project Demo Day today. Project Demo Day 2023 is actually convened by CorpsAfrica Kenya under the theme Transformative Development for Communities by Communities. And as CorpsAfrica's signature event, it's an opportunity for us, for our volunteers actually, to showcase viable and sustainable community projects where they've been serving for the last 6 months. These projects are designed around key CorpsAfrica interventions, areas such as, but not limited to, agriculture, water, sanitation, hygiene, environment, climate change, education, people living with disabilities, women and girls, job creation, and economic empowerment. Now, to give you a bit of background about us, CorpsAfrica is a non-profit organization that recruits and places young African graduates in remote, under-resourced communities in their own countries to facilitate small-scale, high-impact projects. So the projects you'll see here are really small scale, but they are high impact. And these projects are identified by the communities. Our approach is human-centered design and asset-based community-led development methodologies. And the success can be measured through the impact that is made at the community level and the transformation that happens to the volunteers. So we appreciate all our funders, and I'd particularly like to mention MasterCard Foundation. We are currently in 6 countries: Morocco, Senegal, Malawi, Ghana, Rwanda, and Kenya. And we have had over 500 volunteers in all. For Kenya, this is our first cohort, and have had over 800 programs or projects that have been rolled out. Our motto basically is Africans for Africa. It's about time that we started making the change that we want to see instead of waiting for handouts from outside there. So today we are here not because of CorpsAfrica, but because of our communities. The communities that we have worked with in the last 6 months. These are our brothers, our sisters, our uncles, aunties, fathers, mothers, our relatives, indeed our fellow Kenyans. So I'd like to first of all appreciate the community counterparts who have come not to represent themselves, but to represent the communities that they work in. I'd just like the community counterparts who've joined us today, please stand up and just wave. Mahali muko, simameni tu and just wave. Thank you, thank you. These are selfless individuals who have given sacrificially so that they can see their communities lifted up socioeconomically. They've supported our volunteers. They have mobilized their community members. They have given their resources just so that they can see a better tomorrow in their villages. So it is time that we moved away from giving handouts to giving hand up. There is a Swahili proverb that says, kidole moja hakivunji chawa. One finger cannot kill a louse. I think, I don't know whether that's even correct English, but anyway, you get what I'm saying. So today, we are actually here to give a hand up. And why do I say this? Because from every project that you will see presented here and those that will be demonstrated outside, the community members have given from 25 to 35% of the total budget. That means they have chosen it, their heart is in it, and they have given to show their commitment to this because we need sustainability in our projects. On top of that, as CorpsAfrica, we've given about $2,000 towards each and every one of these projects. However, we have deficits, and that's why we are here today, so that your generous giving will actually be that hand up that the communities need so that we can see the actualization of these projects. I'd also like to appreciate our volunteers. Could our volunteers please stand up and just wave wherever you're seated? Thank you. These young men and women have selflessly given 1 year of their lives to be the change that they want to see. They have walked through a tough but beautiful journey where they have learned humility, they've learned how to listen, they've learned resilience, problem-solving skills, and much more. They have learned, unlearned, and relearned. That is the journey. So through these project presentations and exhibitions that you will see today that have been set up by the volunteers and the community counterparts who are here with us, you will be able to get a glimpse of the pressing matters in these communities and have the opportunity to proactively do something about it. There is an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And today we want to go far. And that is why we've brought together stakeholders from different sectors, such as government, NGOs, corporates, philanthropists, to be agents of change through funding and donation towards these 14 communities. The Ubuntu philosophy of humanness is what we want to embrace today. I am because we are. And if you think you're too small, or if you think your contribution is too small to make a difference, then it's apparent you have never spent a night with a mosquito. Every shilling, every dollar makes a difference. I will end with one Swahili proverb. It says, charity is a matter of the heart, not the pocket. Let us build philanthropy as an African culture. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Dr. in a better way. Let's appreciate her. Thank you for taking the initiative to lead the volunteers so that they can serve us in the areas that they are serving us in the 14 communities. Ladies and gentlemen, are you enjoying? So far, so good? We reminded you at the back, we have a silent auction there. They have wonderful, wonderful items they already have on site. One of the projects is already learning. They have their items here. And now request one person to bring me that chondo, the beautiful one. My wife needs that one. Sai before ziishe, nilete hiyo tafadhali. Nilete that one going for, I think 3.5 before he be due at a higher price. Hiyo, the beautiful one. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. My wife loves the one. Yes, the red one. Let her hear. That one goes to my sweetheart. Aliniambia, when you go there, please ensure you come with something for me. This one, yes, this is the one I'm carrying for her. Wow. Can you see the beautiful work they have done? This is coming all the way from one of the projects in this region, and I know there is a speaker coming on board, the next speaker, but please ensure when you are walking out, don't miss to go on that desk and ensure you secure something. This one will ensure you see me before I leave. My wife, when she see me online, I have already bought it. She can come and pick before hata nilipe. So ensure I get to pay it before I leave. Keep it for me here. Thank you, Daktari. Are you enjoying? I love the words from Daktari. She have said, hey, everybody, you can do something for your African community. You can do something for that somebody who is not having privileges like you, so that you can be able to touch their heart and transform a nation. The good book says, this is the Bible, it says, okay? He who waters others, I will water him. Just shake the hand of the neighbor next to you. Na ushikilia hiyo mkono. Hata kama ni gumu vumilia. Kuna mikono unasalimiaga unasikia new hardware detected, okay? Shake the hand of the neighbor and hold it. Ask your neighbor, are you watering someone? Are you watering someone? Is there an area in life you are feeling there is dryness in your life? Ensure you water others so that he who lives above can also water your. If you water others, he is able to water your life. So we encourage wherever you are, even if it's not within CorpsAfrica, but today we request kindly support this project. This is part of watering others, and as you water them, even you can't remain dry in your life. You are going to be watered in the same way, okay? I have a philosophy: touch people's heart, not hearts. Shake the hand of the neighbor. Have a culture of touching people's heart, not touching. Isio ile wimbo mnasema my heart, sio hiyo. Tunasema touch people's heart, not hearts. Touch people's heart. Every day have a look for an opportunity to touch people's heart, to make the world a better place. You are where you are because somebody sacrificed to ensure you are in a better place. Please take it upon you also to touch people's heart so that we can make this world a better place. You are privileged. You are blessed. If you wake up each and every morning and count your blessing, you are so blessed. You have something to give. It might be your time, it might be your resources, it might be your knowledge you have acquired in the university. You have something to give. And as you give, that's when opportunities open up. Opportunity is when success is when opportunity meets preparation. And one of the way to get to these opportunities, you sacrifice yourself, you go volunteer in such assignment. That's where you are going to get your breakthrough. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to listen to the next speaker. I know the media team is ready for us. We are ready. The next speaker coming on board is Dr. Julie Gishuru. She is the Chief Communication, Public Affairs and Communication Officer at MasterCard Foundation. Let's appreciate Dr. Julie Gishuru as she comes on board, okay? Yes, she will be speaking to us live. She had a flight. She was heading to New York, and she did a video just to speak to us. She had an urgent meeting to attend there, okay? Do you love Julie Gishuru? Julie Gishuru, we love you. We know you are listening to us. Can you appreciate her? Is she looking good? Kama mimi ni mhubiri na naona venye anakaa. Na wewe washirika mnaona aje? Thank you very much. Let's have her on board.
Hello everyone, I'm Julie Gishuru and I currently serve as the Chief Public Affairs and Communications Officer at the MasterCard Foundation. Now you may have heard about us, but let me tell you a little bit more. The MasterCard Foundation was set up in 2006 by MasterCard when it went to the market for an IPO. It set aside 10% of its shares as what it described as a gift to the world. And it really was. It set up a private, independent foundation that was then registered in Canada. We are working across Africa to enable dignified and fulfilling work for 30 million young people by 2030 under our Young Africa Works strategy. And I'm happy to say the foundation began partnering with CorpsAfrica in 2013 to deploy over 500 young people, volunteers, in 6 countries. And this now includes Kenya. I'm thrilled to see how our partnership with CorpsAfrica continues to evolve. And I'm particularly inspired by all the ways in which young people in Africa are leading change in their communities. And that's certainly clear from this event. It's clear in projects like that of Maureen Juhi, who is working to enable better incomes among communities in Kajiado through goat farming, or Kelvin Mutuma, whose work is creating economic opportunities for people living with disabilities in Kitui, or Malamin Badian, whose green project is tackling the effects of climate change in Machakos. The projects on display today represent young Kenyans' leadership across sectors in public health, agriculture, education, climate change, and economic development. I'm sure you're all excited to learn more. They are making a tangible impact on the lives of Kenyans. Let me share one example. In Kitui, one project to introduce modern basket weaving techniques to a group of 22 women raised their income 5 times over, from 10,000 shillings a month to 50,000 shillings a month. And all these projects began in the same place, by listening to the needs, understanding the context, sharing ideas, and working to build opportunities that communities felt and saw themselves as part of. And then the co-creation process, working with them in the spirit of Ubuntu to bring solutions to life. An incredible process. These are the kinds of principles and values that guide our work at the Foundation: humility, listening, co-creation, kindness and respect, and impact. I see all these values reflected in the projects being presented today. Asante sana to all the young people participating today, and I know everyone involved will see the value in the work our young people are doing and step in to support. As the Kenyan proverb goes, where there is a gathering of people, nothing goes astray. And so I'm confident today will be a resounding success. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have such partners who are with us. Thank you, Dr. Judy Gishuru. Ladies and gentlemen, have you enjoyed? Yes, and I hope you are listening, okay? Thank you, thank you. The next person who is coming on board to speak to us, we really appreciate the people who put this program together for bringing us great generals who have transformed Africa and world at large through their innovative ideas. The next person coming on board, ladies and gentlemen, be upstanding for the one and please, let's start. Yes, there's somebody coming to speak to us. This is somebody who have sacrificed the whole of his industrial or business career or his business journey just to be speaking to us, just to be giving back to Kenyans. People who have laid their life down for Kenyans. They have sacrificed a lot for this nation to ensure entrepreneurship is continuously being embraced in our universities and in our economy. This is none other than Dr. Manu Chadaria, CBS, EBS, the Kenyan Industrial and Philanthropist. Let's appreciate Manu Chadaria. One thing we love about this gentleman, at age 94, at the age of 94, he will still wake up at 6 so that he can push further. Shake the hand of the neighbor next to you. Neighbor, well, uliamuka saa ngapi? At the age of 94, he will still be awake so that he can impact generations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be charged and let's get to listen to Dr. Manu Chadaria. Tukae chini tafadhali.
Hello, yes. I'm on the screen. I'm on the screen. I see myself.
Yes. We are waiting for you to talk to us.
Okay, start. Okay. You have got a question or what?
No, you just speak.
Huh?
Just go ahead and speak.
Oh, because very difficult to speak about anything. Any particular subject that you want me to speak now? Okay. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think, are you all listening to me, hearing me? If you are hearing me, then I start. My name is Manu Chandaria. I'm a 95-year-old person. Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, oh. Now you can hear me. Okay. I'm a 95-year-old person, so I've seen the world. I don't think that anybody amongst you would be that old, but if you are, then you can come and have a cup of tea with me. But if you're not old, then invite me. It's nice to speak to you in the sense that what is the 95 years meant to me? My father came down to this country in Kenya in 1916. We were farmers in India, and he wanted to earn a living because in farming he fell down from a tree and broke his back. And he thought that now it would not be possible for him to do that hard work of farming. So he decided to come over here with a pension exactly that I like to earn 4,000 rupees. At that time, in 1916, the currency of this country was Indian rupees. It then moved in 1923, it became Kenyan shillings. Otherwise, all the transactions were done in Indian rupees. So his interest was to earn 4,000 rupees, go back home. When he started working, this was what started the life. That how do you face it? When he started working, his salary after 6 months, and the work was from 6 in the morning until 12 at midnight. 3 times having a lunch, and lunch, dinner, breakfast, everything at almost home. And those were the time in those years that anybody who worked at your place didn't have a family, so they would come and eat at your home. So after 6 months, he had the guts. And then from 6 in the morning until 12 at midnight, 3 meals at home, or the owner's home, and then open the Americani, the clothes, in the shop, and sleep there until 6 in the morning. And 6 in the morning, get ready, open the shop. That means you get up at 5 o'clock, get everything ready, clean up, and so. Why it was early mornings? Because there were no tarmac roads, and everybody walking around, the dirt and dust will just settle in the shop. And the shop is open until about 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock, whichever time that they wanted to. There's a lot of dust. So cleaning would take at least an hour to really clean up everything so that the customers would look and see. So after 6 months, he said, what is my salary? And the fellow said, you're a good chap, everybody likes you, we will give you 20 rupees a month, 120 rupees for 6 months. His dreams of this 4,000 rupees just started going out of his head, and he said, hey, it's not going to be possible. I've already spent 90 or 95 or something up to 120. Now, you're going to give me 120, what do I serve then? So finally I decided that, look, he's not going to go home. He will stay here, and he will make sure that he earns that 4,000. And so he set up his little shop in Ngara area. The Ngara area. And that Ngara was a center of areas where people would just come and buy things from you. And I'm sure that the first year he made a profit. And that profit is just about more than 10,000. Now, did he go back? No. Once you create wealth, and you have started having some money, more than what you expect, then you want to continue, and you want to become bigger and bigger and bigger. And so he decided to continue, and over a period of time, when I was born, we were, I wouldn't say middle class family, lower middle class family. At least we didn't have the silver spoons, but we had the spoons at home. That means it was something which our parents a little bit much better than the rest of them. And he thought that by hard work, there's nothing else. And it was just sheer hard work, because to get up anywhere and to get any place in life is not easy. So, and the problem was my mother was illiterate. At the age of 55 or 54, we decided to ask her to start writing vernacular, learning vernacular. And say A, B, C, but in other language. My father was only 3 vernacular. And 3 vernacular means you do not speak, read, or write English. And everything in the business at that time, because colony, everything that's important was done in English. So it was always difficult for him. It was always difficult for him to really understand that how would it be possible for him to really continue in this particular manner. Because every time he has to go out to buy anything, he has to take somebody to speak for him. Go to the post office, somebody has to go with him. Go to the bank, somebody has to go with him. It becomes so impossible for him that he decided that the future of my children, and this is the most important part, the future of my children is going to be any different from mine. They must get themselves educated. And he was pushing hard that we all children get educated. And we have a large family, just like what the people have today. We have a large family. I was one of 8. My wife is one of 9. So children were there, and we had made very sure that if we want to get anywhere, then there is no other alternative but hard work. So he told that, look, now that I have something, and now I have my children, let's make very sure that they study. And kept on pushing. As a matter of fact, he'll get us up in the morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. And in Indian language, in understanding, that anything that you learn in the morning remains here. Anything you learn in the afternoon or evening might not. So that was the understanding of the Indian parents, that anything you learn, study, read, write, in the morning, it'll stay with you. So it get us up at 5 in the morning. The school will start at 8. We had to get up at 8 hours before that. And we were wondering that why, because he couldn't speak, he'd write, that if we had a book, and if we were just looking at the book, and if it's upside down, he wouldn't know. But they couldn't read the English, whether it was a storybook, whether it was a school book, he wouldn't know. But the commitment that if my children have to get anywhere, they must study. And it's early in the morning. Anyway, so we used to get up early in the morning, and let's now go a little faster, saying that ultimately, 2 of my elder brothers did not finish education up to senior Cambridge. One left in the middle of the, after private education. And as soon as in the Asian community, you have a shop, and when you become, say, 12-year-old, or 13-year-old, you start 14-year-old, you start going to the shop in the afternoon after your school. So he did not study very much, but he decided that he will support other brothers and sisters to keep on going. My second brother, during wartime, 1940, there was a little bit, Somaliland was controlled by Italy. So Italy shook hands with Hitler. And the idea was to win Africa through Somalia, because the Italian presence was there. And so the Asian community became very upset about it and said, oh no, and we don't believe in violence. We are believing in Jain religion, which no violence, truth, and always look at others' interests rather than your interests first. So he decided that the best thing is that all able-bodied men will remain in Kenya. All women, children, and older people will be sent out to India. So it so happened that we had gone to India in 1940. Now life in India was very different than what the country is now. What challenges and how it affected me. We went in a boat, and the boat was just being filled in, and we were just coming up. Half of the goods had already gone up, and all of a sudden the siren came. At that time, during the wartime, they found that there is some problem, and built a big siren, and everybody has to go away from working areas to underground so that they could be hurt. But all the activities would stop. So the siren came. The ship had to be docked and went away. Went away just about a few miles away kilometers away from Mombasa. Then again a second siren came up after an hour or so that everything is okay. So the ship came back. But we went in the ship to Mumbai. The minute we went into Mumbai, we started seeing the lights from distance. But when we landed, it really, that's the one thing that I can remember, the 2 or 3 items like that, which creates ability and confidence in you. When we looked at Mumbai from the port, we saw buildings 10-story high, we saw big avenues, we saw double-decker buses, we saw trams running in the city. Well, I rode in 2 or 3 houses of 2 stories. That's it. So, the first challenge came to me that these people look just like me. How come? We don't have even a house which is more than 2 stories in Nairobi. And there are only 2 or 3 roads which are tarmac. Here you see huge roads, avenues, buildings, high enough, 8 stories, 9 stories, 10 stories. So what's wrong with us? And that put us, that look, there's no difference. Every human being, it's up to him to make up his mind. He wants to be somebody or nobody. And many of us want to remain nobody. So this was the first lesson and the challenge that really hit. How can these people be what they are? They look like me. And yet, how can it be? Anyway, then we went to school over there, completed our matriculation. At that time, it was matriculation of senior Cambridge. But our parents were then insisting that we must go for further education. So we had to go to Mumbai for university degree, to attend a college in university. So I went to Mumbai University. My brother came. My cousin was older than us. Had gone to engineering college in Pune. My other nephew, a cousin, younger than me, after a year or two, he also came down to Mumbai to study. Now, when we went to Mumbai city, where first time the impression was seeing the Mumbai from the ship, getting up and getting to the train station, going to the hinterland. And the hinterland was where there were small states where Maharajas were reigning. So we went one of them where our parents came from. So we couldn't understand that how come joining the college was so different for us. And we felt very strong that if our parents want us to study, then we will study. Anyway, we got the first degree, we graduated, but our parents said, no, go now study in America. In the meantime, our parents decided to set up the investments in India, but at the same time start a speculation. Now, speculation is something which is very difficult. You sell and buy goods, you don't see anything. You just say, I will sell you 500 tins of oil at this price. And the other fellow says, all right, I buy it. When the price goes down, again, there's a exchange of money that you bought it for 50. Now the price is 45. So there's a loss of 5. Or the price goes to 55. There's a 5 shillings of profit. Get it? It was such, it's just like, and our parents got involved in it. And we made so much of money, time, the whole year's income will come in one day. Well, sometimes the income, the loss will be so big. So, at the end of the day, after 10 years or 8 years of life in India, we lost most of our wealth. Wholesale shop where we used to get provision and distribute the provision to lots of small shops. So these are the two businesses left. And in Kalworks was the 40 people. So when we came back from the United States, the 40 people were working, 6 members of the family of to become 46. When you go home, there are 36 members of the family. We're a joint family. We're not individuals. Everything belongs to the family. So, we always kept on arguing ourselves and asking ourselves, do we really have to go to this? Do we have to go through all this? Or just quit? Take a job. I've done masters in engineering. My brother had done food technology from California. So, shall we really work for the family? Or go to India? Or go there and take a job? And it was impossible to really understand. It's okay?
Yes, we have 2 more minutes. We have 2 more minutes.
Yes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
5 minutes.
Fast story in business in Kenya.
No, your voice is not coming through clear. Is my voice clear?
Yes. Yes.
Your voice is not clear. If you just slow down and speak a little slowly, maybe it'll be all right.
We just wanted in the last 2 minutes, tell us about philanthropy.
Okay. So from 40 people, when we became 100 people in our plant in Kaluraks, in Mombasa, we went to our father and how about setting up Chandaria Foundation? And he looked at us because I was their spokesman. So he said, something wrong with you? I said, what's wrong with me? He said, you lived too long in America. I said, I've lived 3 years in America. He said, it's not Rockefeller. We've got a small plant over here, 36 members of family at home, big hole over here, fill it up. Then think about foundation. Come on, get to work. So with the idea only is that when we do not have wealth, all these noble ideas are there. Once we get the wealth, then you don't take out the penny from your pocket. So he said, I don't want to listen anything, go and get to work. But after, when we became 400 people, from 40 people ultimately, in 5 years' time we became 400 people. He came back and he said, we like your idea of Chandaria Foundation. Here is 10% of my company for Chandaria Foundation. And that started the foundation with one scholarship. And it took a time before the money got collected, the more and more profits started coming back from the plant, and built up. Ultimately, it was built up. But the idea at that time was, and I kept reminding with my father that, look, when we do not have wealth, this noble idea probably will succeed. Once we get the wealth, then it's very difficult to do. Because money is something, wealth and money is something which does not come out of pocket. So it's better that we do not have the wealth, let's create. So finally, after five years, he decided, gave us 10% of the company, and then the Chandaria Foundation started. Now, the purpose of this whole was that while we are earning a living here, we should also look after the society, the people of the country. And that principle of giving, of making very sure that you and them, all right, give one for good cause. Give one and help somebody else. Hold somebody else's hand. So our foundation is very old, since 1956. It was not yesterday. Now, we go from 40 people working to 40,000 people working worldwide. Instead of one country, we're working in about 40 countries. But it's all built up over a period of time. But the idea should be noble, that you have a responsibility of the community from which you earn your living, to do something who are helpless, who cannot. And so the Chandara Foundation was created. All of it is just that all of us have responsibility. And in African society we see, if somebody comes from home, from the town, from the village, you don't say, oh, sorry, we only cook for 3 people, we can't do it, or 6 people, we can't do it. They'll sit with you and eat it. You hold everybody's hand. Now you've got to go for one step further. That not only hold each other's hand, but how can you be working, how your actions should be, that there are so many people in pain, in problem, that you want to improve them because you have a responsibility. Now, this responsibility is not written in a book. It's not one part of the balance sheet that you have to do it. It is something which must come up from your own. And so, the Chandara Foundation has become successful, but it started with nothing, zero. And out of that little money that my parents gave us, out of that it built up over a period of time. It's 60 years now, 65 years now. But now you can see the work of Chandara Foundation. And the question is that if you do not have the sympathy for your people, then it is not possible to survive. You must have the sympathy of the people that you are living in, the country that you live in. And as such, we have been able to prove that yes, you can earn and you can do good work. It's a responsibility. And so, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manu Chadalia, for talking to us. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate Dr. Manu Chadalia with a better hand clap? Let's appreciate him. His business empire is over 40 countries all over the world. That is a Comcraft group of companies. And through his Chadalia Foundation, he has been able to touch lives here in Kenya, East Africa, and the entire continent. There is a footstep of Manu Chadalia Foundation touching lives and making the world a better place. And this is why CorpsAfrica is partnering with Dr. Manu Chadalia so that we can continuously make Africa or Kenya a better place. That's why even you are being invited today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to start the guests who have just arrived. Thank you for coming. We know we had received your apologies for your arrival, and we are grateful that lastly you are here. You are just in time. Just the time we are just about to call our first presenter who will be coming on stage. These are the presenters, the volunteers who are doing the projects within CorpsAfrica. The first presenter will be Mr. Laval Kifuva. He is coming on stage. He'll be telling us what he is doing about beekeeping and tree nursery project all the way in Narok. That's the person coming on stage. As they are coming on stage, your work is to listen. Your work is to interrogate the message that they are giving us on stage. And if you feel you are ready to connect with this project, become a supporter, you give your counsel, your advice, join the group so that you can be of help. You can be useful to the African African communities, and this is the African community that is in the region of the beekeeping is happening where we have the Narok one. We have one happening in Narok. We have 14 of them, but today, in the interest of time, we are just going to have 6 of them to present their projects so that those who are sponsoring, we are here and we are going to sponsor. Are we ready to sponsor them? Are we here to sponsor? Let's put our hands together for Mr. Laval Kifufa with his partner. They come on stage to tell us more about their project. Mr. Laval, we are waiting for you. I know we'll be putting even the pay bill number there, so even if you want to connect immediately with the deficit which is there, we are ready to receive that deposit so that we can clear. Mr. Laval, thank you very much for sacrificing. Thank you for sacrificing your 1 year doing research in the Nalo community and came up with this wonderful project of beekeeping. So Mr. Laval is going to present together with his counterpart. Let's appreciate him. Okay, Mr. Lava is going to present to us what he has been doing with the community and the solution that he have come with, and I know we are ready to support you. Back to you, Mr. Raphael.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kariuki. We are very happy this morning to be here. As you know, my name is Raphael Kivuva, all the way from Narok County, Narok North Constituency, central location, Rotian Village. Welcome. First and foremost, I want to welcome my counterpart who will introduce himself. I'll speak a little thing about this community of Rotian Village. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, Asholeng. For my name, I'm Titus Partungas, kutoka Narok North Constituency, a village called Rotian. We are the community ambayo wamekuja with a project that is a bee hive keeping na tree nurturing project. And leo hii tunawashukuru sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Tumesema asanti, tunashukuru sana kwa Afrika. Wamekuja wakatufungua macho kama Wamasai. Wakati ambaye Raphael alikuja akitumwa na CorpsAfrica, hakika sisi tumefunguka macho. Tulikuwa ni jamii ambaye hatuelewi sana mambo mengi, ila ni kondoo pamoja na mbuzi, na hiyo ndio tunajua sana. Lakini tuko na shida sana, maana kiangazi inaingia inamaliza yote na tunakuwa na shida. So we have that challenge because we only keep animals. That's our main activity. But when the drought comes, everything is done and we are left behind. Poverty comes in and our young kids will not be able to prosper or go to school because of such challenges. But when this young man came that area, he really enlightened us. Akatufungua akili, si ndivyo? Akaesa kuja na hiyo project, tukaesa kutembea naye na tukadecide ni project ndio tutafanya, maana hii project yetu iko na 90%, let me not say 100%, lakini 90% are women who are in that group. And the reason is why we choose this project is that we as a community, the women do not have land. They don't have their own land. So when it comes to animals, they don't have that capacity of holding animals because their lands belong to men only. And so they decided to come up with this project which only which will only take a small space, and we are lucky we got a space, a place in a school, that's a nearby school called Imero, and that's where our project is. Now, the reason is why we come up with this project is the challenges ama shida ambaye iko kwa hiyo jamii. Hiyo jamii I told you that their main activity is animal livestock keeping, but when we depend on only that project, I mean that activity, inakuwa shida sana, maana ukiangazi kiingia ng'ombe yetu inakufa, tumadabaki maskini. So kuna umaskini ambayo imeletwa na hiyo drought. Vile vile tuko na shida ya watoto wetu kutoenda shule. Our children, especially girls, our community don't value much girls. So they only value, boy child and leave behind the girl child. So, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This one will be able to empower the community through provision of the 20B ice. And also we are going to have a setup of the nursery, whereby they are going to plant the indigenous trees and also grow the fruit trees. Also, we shall plant the sunflower. This is to ensure that their animal production is improved, and also even to be as a source of oil. As you know that we are talking about health, and we can't move away from health without talking of where we get the source of our food. Finally, we'll have the dissertation of the water pan, measuring 40 meters by 30 meters in depth of 2 meters. This is to increase the water harvest, to ensure that during the drought we have sufficient water, and this place will ensure that it is fenced so that we don't bring conflict of interest with the members. And to our impact, our project is focusing on 2 groups. These women and girl empowerment. If you see these people, you need to feel that pain in your heart and see the change you can make, because we are looking for school fees for the vulnerable girls who have not been able to see the school because their fathers value cows over their daughters' education. Secondly, we are looking for improving livelihoods, because these women, they are very hardworking, but you know what? They don't even own the land. They are there to give birth, but they are not able to cultivate this land and get anything from that land. Secondly, then we are looking to create employment. We are going to employ 4 people. First, the security guard. The place must be secured. Secondly, we are going to employ 2 people who will work on the project site, and these are the youths. Then thirdly, we have the expert in the tree nursery who will train people on what they are supposed to do. Then lastly, we are going to have full security, because we are looking to ensure that these people get something to put into their stomach. And where is the project site? Remember, it is in the trend, will be transformed, because we are looking to transform the future generation. Then what are our beneficiaries? 300 pupils from the school will be benefiting from this project. 476, these are the parents of these children and also the community members. 12 teachers, in which 8 are females, 4 are males. 12 people living with disability, and this is where our eyes are also touched. And we also want to ensure that they are not left behind. Our 20% of our gross profit, which accumulates to 265,000, is what we are going to empower these girls to go to school so that they may no longer stay at home. And then finally, as you know that these women, they are there, and the microfinance available there is only one. And these women, they only get a loan at an interest of 20%. Part of our net profit shall be used as a soft loan at an interest of 10%. Is not that wonderful? And to our timeline, our project ran from May to November, and we have already registered our self-help group. Already the members have already contributed. Already we are now waiting to start the project officially, whereby we are going to start the sending of the MOU of the land, because we want to secure the place. Also, we now start planting the sunflower, clearing the land, distributing the water pan, so that we may be on the track. And to our sustainability plan, we have already foreseen some risks which we may not see now, but we foresaw them. One is the mismanagement, and we allow the community to that if we create a self-help group, we shall be able to mitigate the problem of mismanagement, because there is the constitution and the rules which entail this constitution. Then secondly, we have the insecurity, whereby we shall employ a security guard who will guard the project. And do you know what? Our BFs are lockable, because we want to ensure that no one can harvest their honey unless they have the key. Thank you. And to the land conflict, we shall have a signing of the MOU. And this will ensure that there is no personal interest unto that. And to our budget is 658,000. And do you know what? My community has given us 666,000, 103,000 in kind, 63,000 in cash they have given. We are looking for 242,000 to 500. Are you able to give us this money? If you know the pain these girls go through, you will give us that money, because the pain is not visible unto us, but the trauma they go through, you are the change, because we know that if we want to change this generation, you are the change. I'll finish by this saying, which says that women hold up of the sky. They hold up half of the sky. As you see in that photo, that's the man who was jailed for life this year on January for marrying a 9-year-old girl. Will you allow that to happen to your daughter? Will you allow that to happen to your daughter? Then that is what we are asking for. These women, they are the partakers of the FGM. If they get something to do, they told me, we will not do that thing again, because we will be able. In your heart also, okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Pauline, and thank you very much for this wonderful project. It's really interesting, and the idea of involving women and girls from the Maasai land, it's very moving, because we understand the situation there. So one question is, in your structure, how have you involved the women? How have you mobilized the women to take part, and especially in the leadership of this project? That's one. And then now that we are talking money, how are you going to make sure that this money does not disappear? We know many community-based projects where money accountability is not there. And then picking from the person who talked about the market, what of the quality? We are talking of honey, these are foods and edible oil. I saw sunflower. Are you thinking of registering with the Bureau of Standards? Or because if you are selling to supermarkets, I'm sure they want to see the mark of quality. Thank you.
Yeah. To answer the first question, this man you see here is not a leader. He was entrusted by the women because they can't speak English or Kiswahili. So they chose him to come and represent them. So the leadership of the group is 90% the women, only one man. To answer the second question, which was about the aspect of money. According to the Act of the Self-Help Group Registration, if they want to withdraw any money, they have to write the minutes. The members have to approve it. Then the minutes are taken to the sub-county social service officer, who will ensure that the money which shall be withdrawn, members of REDA agreed, then will give an approval. For the accountability, these women, they have been there, and they know what they are doing, because they are the one who elected these leaders. And they were elected in ballot way, the one they trust. And this one, they have already said that they have faith and trust in the leader they have. For the market, we are looking to have the approval of the KIPS and the KRA, so that our product, when it goes to the market, is very okay. Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Habari ya asubuhi so far.
My name is Kathy, and I'm a friend of CorpsAfrica. I'm a former Peace many years ago, and I'm the co-founder of a project called Whose Stories Will We Hear, which is a website to publish the first-person stories of Africans to disrupt stereotypes and shift narratives. So that's part of my role here as well today. It's a really wonderful project. I'll add to what my esteemed panelists have said. I really appreciate that it's school-based, because then you're involving the next generation just by the location of it. My question was, in your project timeline at the very end, I think the last step was to transfer the ownership of the land to the community. And given the structure of the leadership organization, I'm wondering, will the women be the land owners of your project itself?
Yeah, that is the next question. The place where the project is the school. And what we are not transferring the land, we are just handing over the project to the women, because the school has agreed to give us 2.5 acres where we grow the sunflower and have the tree nursery and the beehives. So we are only handing over the project to the women, not the land. But the community members, the chief and the elders, they have said they have given their blessing to these women so that they may have the land and utilize it. Thank you.
Wow. Let's appreciate Raphael, and we get the last comment or question so that we get the next volunteer on stage.
Allow me to say congratulations on an excellent project. We look forward to learning and being able to tap from that. Just a quick question. I love numbers, and I noticed that from your profits, you had already indicated quite significant returns from the likes of the honey, but what was particularly for me was from the trees. You've actually indicated the timeline that we'll have between the start and the end of the project. And I think my question goes back to what was said with not only on the honey, but the market, because you projected a 45,000 in terms of returns from the trees. It'll be curious to find out whether that will be feasible within the 5 months that you're actually looking at. And then over and above that, just looking at the profits from, actually, if you look at the profits from both the honey, looking at $500,000, just from your experience, is that feasible? Or is that really tenable? I just want to get the reassurance from you that from your previous experience, these numbers would be able. And then I'm just also curious, what's the duration of which the sunflower will fruit and be able to give you the returns of 45,000?
Okay, to answer the first question, do you know where I'm sited? To get seedlings for the trees, you have to travel 10 kilometers. That is where the NCDA is, a Wasonyiro Development Authority. In my area, there is no seedling. So that is where these women wanted to capitalize on that opportunity. People there, they want to plant the trees, but they are nowhere to find the seeds. The second, for the honey, it is achievable. And why do I say so? If you have the market, it is achievable. If we have the people who are able to give out the quality honey, because we are looking to have a sustainable plan. This sunflower, we are looking for the 2 months, which will mature after 2 months. That translates that they will grow it in 3 seasons, because there is that rain pattern which is different in Narok. So this rain will sustain this sunflower to grow after every 2 months. After the maturity, then they will harvest, then put another sunflower. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. Raphael Kifuva. Let's appreciate them, guys. These people have spent a whole, I think from 9 months and above, being on the ground, doing research, na leo nimetembelea desk yao pale. Wamekuja na asari, sample ya asari, hata nimeona kanyuki ndani. Ni nyinyi mko na nyuki pale? Wow, let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. So for those who want to sponsor, to support or to give towards Lyle Kifuva, there is a pay bill number there. You can put the project name, which is beekeeping, then you indicate there hapo mwisho in bracket Kifuva or Raphael, okay? There is a pay bill there, so start supporting this project. There is a pay bill, and then kwa account uandike, the account name is beekeeping and tree nursery project, then dash Kifuva, so because there is another beekeeping project. Can we appreciate them as they leave the stage? Ensure you interact with their desk out there. There will be two of them there demonstrating, wanamuonyesha art. Nimeona ziko hapa nje. The desk, the demonstration desk is just out there. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to receive, let's appreciate them as they leave the stage, and we really appreciate your good work. You have really worked hard for that project. We want to receive our second volunteer, who they are doing tree and vegetable nursery in Makueni. This is Irene Kehumba. Irene Kehumba, come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate. Let's appreciate them. Let's encourage them until they get on stage. They are doing a tree and vegetable nursery in Makueni. Na umeona partner wake amekuja na boga, si ndio? Makofi kwa tafadhali wakianza. Thank you.
Mwati ndata. Okay, that's the way to greet people in my Makueni County. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that trees are rain-making machines? I can see one, Mr. Anthony, nodding in agreement. And so this brings me to my project and my community project, Tree and Vegetable Nursery Project. Please allow me to introduce my village manager from Munyuni village. He's very passionate about development. Welcome.
Thank you. Mabibi na mabwana, habari za asubuhi. Kwa majina ni Gregory Zibu kutoka Makueni County, Makueni constituency, Kikumeni location, Kikumeni sub location, Munyuni village. Niko hapa na my able volunteer Irene Kehumba. Kwanza nashukuru kwa Afrika kwa kutuletea volunteer ambaye ametusaidia sana. Mnapojua Makueni, Makueni ni semi-arid area. Na Makueni mapato yetu tunategemea ukulima. Na sababu mvua sio reliable, mvua imekuwa haba. Kwa sababu ya mapato yetu kwenda chini, tukaanza ukataji wa miti, kuchoma makaa, tukaharibu mazingira. Kwa hivyo Irene alipokuja pale akatufungua macho, kana kwamba sio ati tuchome makaa ndio tupate income. Akatuonyesha njia ingine ambao tunaweza fanya ndio tupate ajira. Kwa sababu ya hii nursery yetu ya tree na vegetable, kwanza nimepepa mfano wa indigenous plant, zile ambazo tutatengeneza nursery ya miche. Hii inaitwa kikamba mkengeta. Hii kwa hiyo area yetu inakuwa haraka. Kwa hivyo alipokuja pale alituelezea kana kwamba sio bora mazingira, bali mazingira bora. Akatuambia sio bora lishe, ni malishe bora. Kwa hivyo pia akatufunza jinsi ya mambo ya kupiga hizi mboga ndio tupate nutrition. Kwa hivyo sasa, kwa hii project yetu ya tree nursery and vegetable tutapata kuhusa soko hiko tayari. Hata MP wetu wa area anajua kana kwamba tuko na mpango wa hiyo nursery. Kwa hivyo ametuambia kana kwamba tutakuwa tayari, atakuwa tayari kutuletea wateja, tuuse, tupate ajira. Kwa hivyo tunawaomba washikadau wote, kusudi ndoto letu litimie la mazingira bora, mtusaidie.
Naona likitimia. Tupigie watu na makofi.
Madam Rais wetu, gavana wetu anatuambia tupande miti, Kenya iwe green. Asante.
Madam Irene, tuambie hii suluhisho ya miti italeta ajira kwa wazee na ni namna gani? Tuupeleke in the next few minutes. Na kama uko hapa unataka kupledge kwa project ya Irene ama ya Raphael, we have a voucher. Please raise your hand. The ushers around, the beautiful and the handsome gentlemen walking around, they'll be able to hand over this voucher for you so that you can pledge towards the project. Irene, back to you.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Irene Kihumba. I'm a trainer by profession and I'm a procurement specialist. I'm coming from Trans Nzoia County, and you can see I went like until Makueni County. Now you see it's a greener place to a semi-arid place, but it's because of the passion to volunteer. So my community, Kikumini, is facing unreliable rainfall, and they practice mostly farming. And so due to this, they are participating in activities that are they are harmful to the environment. They are cutting down trees, and they are selling the charcoal to earn income. There is also increased malnutrition because of lack of a variety of vegetables. Kunde is a vegetable doing well in that side of the country, so they mostly concentrate on that, forgetting other types of vegetables. The proposed solution of my community is provision of seeds so that they can plant this and then sell the seedlings. Also, there is a 2-tree nursery construction, which we are going to do with the help of the development partners to come in, so that we can construct 2 nursery sheds, one for the trees and the other one for vegetables. There is also training of these members of the community on this other variety of vegetables, so that it can improve nutrition. The impact of this project is income generated, and there is also youth employment in the tree nursery shed. As you can see, that these youths of today are going to be the leaders of tomorrow, and it will make it even better. They can take up the project to go on. There is also improved environment from planting of the trees, growing of the trees, and also there is improved nutrition from taking and eating all other variety of vegetables. So in 1 year, the community is going to earn an income of 136,420. And that is enough income. They can do other income generating projects, such as buying tents for hire. They can also buy other food groups. As you can see, Makueni is best known for fruits and fruits mostly, and now kunde. These are just vitamins, so that they can be able to buy other food groups such as proteins, carbohydrates, and this will be a balanced diet. On my project timeline, we have the project beginning in May up to November. They'll be signing an MOU with the local administration. They'll be training the members. They'll be purchasing all the seeds so that we can plant. Then there is also monitoring and evaluation, which is coming at the end of the year. So we have looked at all the risks and the mitigation issues. So we are going to sign an MOU with the local administration, which is the chief. We have already done that. So that means that the community is very, they just want this project to begin. So there is also land conflict. There is also lack of market, which the member of parliament in Makueni constituency, that is Honorable Susan Kiamba, has promised to support her community because she is thinking like if the money goes the other way, then it's not so good. So she wants to support her community to buy the seedlings from our nursery, give the trees to her community members to green the community. Thank you. So there is also water shortage. There is a borehole near the dam which we are going to use as to top up also for irrigation purposes. So the budget is 463,500 and CorpsAfrica is giving us 250,000. There is also the community which has contributed 110,800. The community is very passionate because in that area there is no tree nursery project, so they have to source the seedlings from far, and this is bringing about they are lazy. Okay, they don't go to so far to buy because they don't have enough income to be going to Watertown and coming back. So with this project, it will be a good project for them. They can be able to earn income, they can be able to improve the environment and also improve the tree cover. As you know, deforestation is a huge thing and it's affecting climate change. So with only 100,000, this project is complete. So kindly, I welcome you on board to support my community and to green Makueni County to be more beautiful. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate Irene. Let's appreciate Irene.
Actually, I want to announce that this project of Irene has been fully funded by Dr. Manu Chandaria. So the 102,000, the check is with us.
Oh, thank you.
Makofi kwake. I think maybe we'll get only one question or one comment. That project have been taken over, okay? Please, chukua yako before ziishe. There are only 14. One is gone now. Only 13 remaining, okay? We don't want you to go back with your money, okay? Please support and sponsor this project. Maybe one comment for Madam Irene. Yes, I see your heart in your hand.
Thank you, Bwana MC. Thank you so much, Irene. Congratulations, congratulations, Gregory, and thank you for supporting Irene and bringing on board the community. Really, just excitement. I am an advocate of climate change, so I am very, very excited to see that happening. And Makueni is really, really close to my heart. So I will be coming there to support you in other ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. She wants to add, okay? Yeah, okay.
Congratulations. I only wanted to add, I have a good friend, Lena Mwangi, who works in Nakuru County in Njoro, and her focus is smallholder farming, climate smart agriculture. She's training farmers on how to reduce use of chemical insecticides. And so I saw that in your budget. I'm not sure what you're looking at, but I'd be happy to connect you because she may have some resources and training and materials for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can we appreciate Madam Irene Kihuba? Yes, thank you. You see yours is already a success instant. Please keep pledging. We have these cards. Keep pledging for Love File project and the other 13 projects which are out there.
I want to slightly interrupt you, MC, with another donation that has come. Would you like to announce it or do I announce it? Okay, so where is Malamin Badian? What was your project about? I know you're not presenting, but it is displayed out there. Just pick a can you give him a microphone? One thing I would like to announce is that Malamin is an exchange volunteer. He has already served 1 year in Senegal as a volunteer, and he decided to serve another year here in Kenya.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ari, for the introduction. I'm Malamin Bajan, an exchange volunteer from Senegal, working in Minyalala community in a green project, which is a training on sustainable land management, a setting up of a tree nursery, but also we'll build a check dam to allow those farmers. Sorry, yeah. Also, we'll build a check dam to allow these farmers to have enough water for irrigation. But also, the trees and the training on sustainable land management will help them to fight against climate change in this area, which is very affected by climate change. But also to have income, also to stabilize their soil from droughts and flood. Thank you.
Thank you. So my announcement is that the Embassy of Senegal has been very, very courteous and have donated to your project 50,000 Kenya shillings.
Wow, thank you. We appreciate the Senegal, the Embassy of Senegal. Thank you for supporting the project. Thank you for partnering with the Kenyans. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the next volunteer who is coming to showcase what he is doing for the community. This is Kevin Mutuma. Kevin Mutuma, tumpigie Kevin Mutuma makofi yakikuja kwa stage. They are doing mobility, access and socio-economic empowerment for person living with disability in Kitui. Here he is, Mr. Kevin Mutuma. Makofi kwake tafadhali. These are volunteers who have served in the community for a whole year to come up with this project.
All protocols observed. Good morning, everyone. My community project is on mobility access and socioeconomic empowerment for persons living with disability in Chuso, Mwingi North constituency, Kitui County. I serve in Chuso as a volunteer. My education background is that I have a bachelor's degree in project management and an MBA. I became a volunteer because I care and because I want to bring the change that I want to see in this world. I aspire to be of positive impact everywhere that I go and to inspire others in making a difference. With me today, I am honored to be joined by a very precious community member. She is the coordinator of all the groups of persons living with disability in Chuso. And I will welcome her to introduce herself and also touch a little bit on the problems that the people in Chuso are facing, especially the ones facing in disability, because I know it's more impactful. You will get it better when you hear it from the horse's mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mutuma. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marietta Onyoki. I come from Kimu Village, Chuso Sub-County in Mwingi North constituency, Kitui County. As you know, Mwingi North in Kitui is one of the dry places in the county. We experience minimal and insufficient rains. The infrastructure there is one of the causes of disabilities. We have every kind of disability in Chuso. We have physical due to road accidents from bad roads. Like me, I'm an example how you'll get it later. We have albinism, we have deaf, we have intellectual disabilities, we have visually and totally blind, amongst others. People with disabilities in our area is so hard, they have low or no income. So the poverty in those families is much pronounced. We have people, families with 2 or even 3 people with disabilities. And PWDs, the people with disabilities in these families, are seen as a burden because they drain the resources in the family, because some of them are permanent and they have to take medical services for life. There are those who those who have epilepsy and they have to live on medication. We have those who have to go for physiotherapy, and you see at some point those families cannot afford. There is a lot of discrimination and stigma to those people because there are those who are even stabbed to death. And that's why you see some of PWDs in those families, they are hidden in their household because the family members don't want to be seen that they have such kind of people, the burden to them. There are those who are never taken to school for education due to lack of finances. And even due to discrimination. They have difficulty in mobility. We have identified those who need wheelchairs, crutches, and the others.
So let's get to hear from Kevin. Thank you very much for your presentation and showcasing.
I think before I give it back to Kevin,
yes.
Kevin Mutuma has been in our community for 6 months. He helped us in community mapping where we had women, men, youth, and people with disabilities. And for our community to be inclusive, at least, we identified the project for people with disabilities for nothing in our community without us people with disabilities. Thank you.
So Kevin, which solution did you come up with empowering them economically so that they can be able to sustain themselves?
Okay, thank you so much. We came up with 3 solutions that we will seek to address these challenges that you have heard. They are even more pronounced in Chuso because of the under-resourcefulness in the community, low nutrition, and just low income. So the first solution is that we are seeking to provide wheelchairs to the persons with mobility impairment. The next solution is that we are seeking to register them with the National Council of Persons Living with Disability. This will give them appropriate recognition that truly and officially they will be entitled to what is rightfully theirs as persons living with disability. As you have heard on the problem with my community, is that the low income coupled with not so good nutrition is what has even pronounced these disabilities. So as a solution to that, we are seeking to give goats to the community members so that they can earn some income and also get that well-needed nutrition. So the impact or the benefit is that provision of wheelchair will help improve the mobility of these individuals, being able to move from one place to another. That's a privilege. And some of them, they stay in their homes, not even coming out to see the sun. I have seen this, I've been there. Another one is that it will help them socially interact, come outside, be with others, which will even contribute to their mental health. Another one is that it will free time for themselves and even their caregivers to go and engage in other activities which are productive. Also, wheelchairs will improve on the schooling. There is a school, and this school has a significant number of persons who require wheelchairs. With these wheelchairs, they will be able to move around, improve schooling, and even better their future. Another thing is that a wheelchair is like a medicine. Sometimes it can lead to improvement of the condition. Others, it can even lead to total recovery if it is given on time, used well. On the economic bit, we are looking this one to provide nutrition and also some income, whereby they will be a little bit food secure. It will be a source of income, and this income, they will use it to purchase insurance cover, NHIF, knowing that this project won't totally cure their conditions, but it will keep them somewhere. So having these gala goats, they'll be able to earn some income. This income, they will use it in other medical requirements. Another one is fertilizer, the manure from goats, which will also improve their soil fertility and generally improve the productivity of their farms. Another one is that it will improve their dignity and self-esteem. It feels really bad to know that you own nothing in this world, and you eating, feeding, moving, you are totally dependent on someone else. So this will help on that. On registration with the National Council, we all have our national IDs, isn't it? And that is how we are recognized that we are Kenyans. These people don't have that proper recognition. So through registration, they will be able to get assistive devices. Sometimes the government, APDK, they do provide these assistive devices, but how will you get them unless you are properly recognized? Another one is tax exemptions for businesses and enterprises run by people living with disability. Financial support, you know, the COVID period, some money came to them, but if you don't have an ID, you won't get it. This one will be able to position them to get this kind of aids. Job placement for those who finish their school, provision of tools of trade, also for those who undergo TVET training and finish, those who live with disability. And also, you know that government has ring-fenced 30% of its procurement opportunities for youths and persons living with disability. But how can you get this unless you are recognized as a person living with disability? Just saying, I live with disability is not enough. The project timeline, this project will run from May to August, and we have already started. We have identified those people who live with disability, taken their details, their measurement. We are collaborating with an organization called Walkabout Foundation, which specializes on people living with disability. I'll be explaining next. In June, we will register CBO, where we will have the bylaws governing everything. Later, we will distribute the goods, procure and distribute. Then on one day in August, if we get your support and make this a reality, the National Council of Persons Living with Disability Kitui and Walkabout Foundation will bring those wheelchairs. They will distribute the wheelchairs alongside them being properly registered by the National Council. So this project, we intend it to run as long as it can, impact as many generations as possible, and also help other people not living with disability. And so we have come up with a sustainability plan that will ensure the sustainability of this project, whereby there will be a training on how to use wheelchairs. These wheelchairs will come with a repair toolkit for mostly damaged parts, also a training on good keeping, creation and registration of the CBO, which will have bylaws on how this program will run. We will also brand our goats permanently so that they don't mix or get confused with the other goats in the community. And to tell you is that goats do well in Chuso. As you have seen in my first photograph, that me holding a kid, which is very healthy, and it has been well benefiting the household. So we anticipate some risks. And before getting to there, we have planned ourselves on how we will be able to overcome this and not have our project die. We anticipate that there may be diseases. And for this, we have a training. We also have a local vet who is a direct beneficiary of this project. One of the family members of hers lives with disability. She will continue supporting this project. There may also be dissatisfaction of other community members far and beyond this area where this project is focusing on. And on this, we have engaged with them, and they have benefited from the secondary activities that us as volunteers do in our communities. Another one that may happen is that other people in the community may take over the project, or those who don't live with disability. And in the CBO, we have rules and regulation for this. We have individuals who will continually monitor, especially the good bit of this project, to ensure that it goes on well and everyone gets the good in their group and the benefits are well shared. So that's our budget. It encompasses 3 items, and more in details, I'll be there outside on my booth and we can go through the budget. But in summary, this budget costs, or the budget of this project is 4.8 million. That's a huge figure compared to what has been presented or will be presented. But my community members came up. They were very happy that we asked them, what do you really want to be done? And they say that people living with disability have mostly been forgotten. So they picked this and they went forward and sought a partnership with Walkabout Foundation. And I say thank you in absentia to this organization in Nanyuki. They will be donating wheelchairs, 128 wheelchairs worth 3.8 million. Wow. CorpsAfrica Kenya. CorpsAfrica Kenya, by default, they will support our project with 250,000. The community members, being under-resourced, they also have something to offer. They supported this project with 70,000, and our request today, our plea, is to support this project with 724,000 to make this thing a reality. You see, we have the wheelchairs. All that we need is to bring them in the community. So, mostly you may not get the picture, the real condition on the ground, unless you see it. Those are my friends. Those are real community members in my community. On the right, my friend is 74 years old. He crawls on his belly. He has never had an assistive device. Deep, deep in the rural he lives, no one has ever asked him if he is okay. Next, my friend works as a cobbler, but he has no wheelchair to move with it. On the other side, I called a community meeting asking them of the persons living with disabilities so that they can come to be assessed in accordance to the requirements of Walkabout Foundation. They came, and what I saw is that these people are really going, or they are going through a lot. Yeah. In the other picture is me with a community, one of the family in my community. They have a son who also lives with disability. I have covered their eyes just for privacy, but the consent to use their photos we have. So as we near the end of our presentation, I'll give my microphone to our able community member, Marietta, the coordinator of these groups, to have a word.
Motivated by the Chinese proverbs that goes, you cannot prevent birds of sorrow from flying over your head, but you can prevent them from building nets. I am a person living with disabilities, and you might not know unless you are told. I was involved in a road accident in 2009. I was hit from the right side. This shoulder is broken. It's corrected with 3 metal. 3 ribs on my side were broken. On my upper thigh, up to the knee, I have a metal fixation with 9 screws. Due to lack of balance, I was hit on my left right. From here up to down, it has 14 screws. I could have been like one of them, but motivated by people, I was encouraged. I was raised up, I was done counseling, I was taken for medication, just as to what people from my community are lacking. And that's why I'm appealing to you to support our project, to put a smile on my community members. One of the people that I should not forget to quote is Machakos County MP, Madam Joyce Kamene Kasimbi, the woman rep, who is present here with us. She appointed me to represent people with disabilities in her county, working with the national government affirmative action funds. And the photos you can see, it's me, Marietta, standing there, receiving wheelchairs from Walkabout Foundation, taking them to Machakos. This mother has a big heart. She has worked with the PWDs in Machakos County. We have served them with more than 500 wheelchairs, not forgetting them several crutches and the sunscreen for the albinism and many others. So I came to learn and confirm that disability is not inability. I was there, and up to today, I'm living with several complications, including blood clot, where I usually take medication on daily basis. And I'm standing here as an example to testify that disability is not inability. If we can join hands together, today we can uplift and restore back the dignity of people with disabilities. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. Maybe we get 2, 3, 4 comments from the audience and our development partners who are with us today here. Yes. Yes, I can see her hand the fired there. Her hand is up. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mutuma and our partner. Yeah, this is a very moving demo, I must say, and it just brings to fore the impact of what we are about to do or what people have been doing and what it means to lives. Yeah. So what I just want to ask is,
from where I was, because I lost consciousness for 3 days, I found myself in HDU Nairobi Hospital, where I have so far gone 6 operations.
Wow.
In my body. So I'm a living testimony. I'm happy to uplift the self-esteem of my fellow peer team.
Asante, the mentorship and counseling is being done. Maybe we can hear, you can do your donation. I see there is a hand there. You can be able to hand the mic there. And also I can see also the women lab is also want to say, you can give in cash or in kind. You can sponsor, you can go to their desk, ask how much is a wheelchair, how much is a clutch, and you'll be able to support that one directly. Let's get to hear from the beautiful women at the back.
Hello everyone, my name is Leonida Odongo from an organization called Haki Nawiri Africa. We work on climate justice, food justice, and youth engagement. And it's a pleasure being here in this space. What I'd like to ask is whether you've considered perhaps working with university students who are doing like counseling related courses, because many a times they look for such opportunities. So if you could think through getting in touch with university students so that they can provide the continued counseling service. And then number 2, perhaps I'll get your contact. So in case I get opportunities, let's say for proposal writing, we can maybe help each other do a proposal for your group. Thank you.
Thank you. That's what you're saying. You can donate in kind. That is still an area of support. Maybe from we can also hear from the women lab. She's here, and she can also donate in kind so that we are able to clear that balance. Thank you very much. Let's mpigie makofi mheshimiwa tafadhali.
Thank you so much. Mine is to applaud and to Marietta, who we worked with in Machakos County. And since then...
Sorry to interrupt, Mheshimiwa. Please kindly stand for people to see. Thank you.
Pole for my. My name is Joyce Kamene Kasimbi, Women Rep Machakos County. I can confirm that we've been working with Marietta in my previous term. She was in charge of the PWDs. She's the one I gave the project, and have you seen the final photo? When she was doing her thesis at the university, she requested, because she wanted to go walk around in Machakos and write about the PWDs. That is where I came in, because she told me that true, there are so many of them, and especially kule mashinani, and nobody gets that opportunity to reach out to them. And I facilitated, we got the cars, and I arranged with the hospital in Machakos for somebody to come and go and, what is it called?
The FDK, she's an occupational therapist in Machakos, Level 5 Hospital.
Yes, Consolata. So we got an opportunity. I wrote a proposal to our fund. We have the GAF fund. And they funded us. And I should say, Marietta spearheaded the project, and we got to walk about after the assessment of the PWDs. We coordinated with Walkabout. Through that funding, we got to get our people. And I can say, it means a lot. If there's any experience I had, if I do not ever serve doing anything, just touching the life. I remember there is a child I met. She was, the mother gave me to carry. She told me, do you know that is a 17-year-old girl? And I was holding her. She had a some problem. Just to assist that young child, for me, was more than enough. It is good when we reach out to the very vulnerable, where you know that family, they cannot even afford fare to take those children to the nearest hospital. So I'd say for me to say I'll go to Kitui County will be a daunting task, but I can also talk to the women rep of Kitui so that at least we can do, I can motivate her the way we did it in Machakos County to make sure we assist in ways in Kitui County. Thank you so much, Sante.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa helped me do research on challenges faced by people with disabilities when I was taking my BA in counseling psychology. I did it at Masinga sub-county, the farthest sub-county in Machakos, which resembles my family parent. It's the farthest, the remotest. So I picked a mission from there, and that's why I want to give back to my community. Thanks.
Asante. Tuwapigie makofi. In the next contribution, we have heard from two ladies. There is a hardware who want a contribution other than the softwares. Okay? Yes.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you for everything that we've had around. For me, this is usually a project that is close to my heart. It's just that I was not talking. He decided that I should talk. And on my side, it's a very noble project, but I always look at it from the perspective of interior designers, architects, engineers, because you can be having a wheelchair, but you cannot move from where you are. For instance, if I look on my right, that particular door, you might have that assistive device, but you can't pass through that particular door. So for me, it's just I'm an advocate in the built environment industry for us to focus on environments that enable persons with disabilities. So it's a good project, and it's something that we can discuss further. And thank you also, Mheshimiwa, for what you're doing. It's rare to see people at your level also pursuing this particular direction. Because if you look at transport, you have your wheelchair, yes, isn't it? But how will you use public transport to go to work? How will you access healthcare? How will you access education? So those are some of the discussions that we are having behind the scenes. And in September this year, we are having what we call Africa Interior Design Week. And the theme is We Thrive Together. And we are focusing mainly on how do we come up with environments that enable persons with disabilities to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Any other? Okay, let's hear the last one, then we go to the next volunteer.
Thank you so much, CorpsAfrica, for this opportunity, and this is so touching, especially now that we are seeing the reality, and even as we speak this, we don't have policies and legislation that support PWDs in our own counties. I come from Baringo. I work for Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative, and our key areas and interventions about SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 5, and 13. Climate change is also affecting the people with disability. How do we link all this to food security, because they also need nutrition? And how do we speak out such that we don't enclose these people with disability? In my community, they are enclosed in cow sheds. They are crushed to die, especially when they're young. And when they are old, they are enclosed in forest or even in the house. So how do we bring in the voices of these people, taking advantage of key international days like International Women's Day, international, any other day that we need to speak about these people with disability. So my organization, and I think we'll be talking with CorpsAfrica, we need to bring in agroecology as innovation. We need to bring a lot of permaculture in those centers to make sure that these people are nutritious, and also bringing in food security in our own communities, because without money, where will you get even funds to access hospitals? And also, especially with girl child, it is differently affected by and disability, because the girls are even raped, they're married off early, there's a lot of violations that's going on, especially if the girl child is disabled. So I think we'll do a follow-up on this, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I want to appreciate, let's appreciate the presenters, the volunteer. Yes, thank you very much. Please, you can give in kind, in cash, such partnership. You can see where you come in, so that the project can be able to be facilitated, okay? Yes. Wanted to comment? Okay, so please, their desk is out there. Please visit them, see where you are going to partner with them, so that we can make it a success. Our pay bill is there. Please write the project name, like the one for PWDs. Please write the project, the volunteer, then you indicate his name at the end. That is Kevin Mutuma. The next volunteer who is coming on stage is none other than Samuel Mwangi. He will be talking about water pan construction and tree nurseries in Kitui. Yes, Mr. Samuel Mwangi. Yes. Huyu ni fundi wa panel za maji, ndiye huyo, all the way from Mlima, Kenya, all the way, bringing this solution in Kitui of water pan construction and tree nurseries in Kitui. Makofi kwa Bwana Mwangi tafadhali. He have volunteered for 6 months with the community, and now he is bringing solution to them.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon. Sorry for that. Good afternoon once again. So my name is Samuel Mwangi, and I'm here with my counterpart from Kitui County, Muserere Village. He will introduce himself, and then we will continue with the discussion of the problem that we want to solve in our village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God is good all the time, and that is his nature. Wow. Thank you. My name is Cornelius Mutukumakovo from Kitui County, Lower Yata Sub-County, Kitui Rural Constituency, na vile Njikoti Muselele. I'm very much happy to have come into this place today. Nikitumai ya kwamba kila mtu ako salama na ako chonjo kutusikiza. Mimi nimetoka sehemu ambayo inaitwa Muselele, sublocation ni Waivumbu, Kitui Rural Constituency in Kitui County. Na kama mnavyojua, Kitui ni sehemu ambayo mvua haifanyi vyema. Ndiposa kama wanakijiji wa kutoka Muselele tukakuwa na hitaji moja ya muhimu ambayo ni maji. Kwetu maji ni shida sana, kwa sababu unaweza kusafiri muda wa kilomita 7 kutafuta maji, na mama ndio ambao wanawajibika sana mambo ya kutafuta maji, ambao inapoteza muda mwingi. Kwa hivyo tukaonelea ni vyema tukipata mradi huu wa kuchimba bwawa la maji, ambao itaongeza pia mapato ya wanakijiji wa Muselele kwa kupanda miche ambayo tutaiuza kwa bei nzuri, ambayo itasaidia pia wanakijiji kupata mapato. Pia tutaweza kutengeneza mazingira ambao ni baadhi ya zile mipango ya serikali ya kutengeneza mazingira, ndiposa tuweze kuegeza ile inaitwa drought. So ni wakati wetu mzuri, tungewaomba ambao mngeweza kutupa fedha ambazo tumebakia ama zimesalia, ili tupate huo mradi wa maji, angalau wa mama wetu wakuwe wanajienjoy kule nyumbani, wanapiga vyakula vizuri, wanapanda miti, wanapata pesa, wanachukua muda kidogo.
Naona Bwana Mwangi mwenyewe
na karibu
atuelezee venye ameorganize ataleta maji kutoka Mlima Kenya iweze kusaidia watu wa Muselele.
Asante KK. As the community, we came up with this project, a water pan project. You know, it's not that in Kitui there is no rain. Yes, there is rain. But what is the time that rain rains? It's only 1 or 2 months, to be specific. So with this, the rain normally it will rain. Then in Kitui, the soil is clay soil. So most of the water will be deposited in River Athi, where it will later go and drain into the Indian Ocean. So it's not that where we have decided to dig a water pan, it's not that it is an area that the soil are not good to hold water. At the area that you can see here, this is a lines that our dad normally waste time, or our mother waste time just to collect water for use at home. And mostly this water is used for livestock use and domestic use. So like Dad here normally depends on livestock. My mother there depends on the livestock to do the work at the farm. So that's why it was their pressure when they decided to come up with this project of a water pan. We will dig a water pan with 7.5 million liters. With this, 4.5 million liters will be used for livestock use. 1 million liters will do tree nursery. With this, we are going to fight war against climate. And just imagine, we normally purchase 1 jerrycan of water at 5 shillings, and that is in rural. Even if sometimes water in Nairobi, sometimes you might buy 20 shillings, but in rural 5 shillings is a lot. So we decided to come with this project that 1 jerrycan of water will go for 1 shilling. That 4.5 million will help us learn the project and do other projects. To our benefits that we will get from this is employment of 2 people. We will also help in fight against climate, and that is 470 households will have cheap trees. Normally right now in my community we buy 1 tree at 50 shillings. So with this project, the tree will go to 10 shillings. This will enable every household to buy each tree at 10 shillings. Secondly, we will be able to start other projects that fight, such as poultry keeping. Just imagine a water pan leading to poultry keeping business, leading to goat keeping business. So it will flow. And then look at the picture. These are chondos that have been made in my community. we have developed, we have come to this, they normally make with sisal. So we have the materials, but the time sometimes we spend much on it to fetch water. Now with this project, we have that time to do these beaded chondos. And imagine, by the way, after this, they are there, some of them. You can help to donate to our project by buying one. Then the saving culture. By this project, we are going to save 30,000. 30,000 every month after how we use, because 1 shillings, we are approximately 1,000 animals. And 1,000 animals, one animal normally drinks 40 liters a day in our area. So that we will be selling 2,000 a day, 1,000 will be used to maintain and do any other, like for example, siltation. But 1,000 will be used will be saved in a saving account that we are going to open a CBO where other projects can come from. To our timeline, we are on time. We are already in May, where we are starting to register members on CBO. Then from May to, our project will run from May to October, where we will mark the end of our training by planting trees. This is climate, and I'm a climate advocate, by the way. I'm a teacher of geography, so everyone knows how geography relates to climate. And I'm happy that my community identified trees as part of their project. So I connect directly to that project. So our timeline will do excavation and purchase of those materials and some of the things that will be purchased. And imagine all the risk and mitigation measures that may come along with this water pan has already been considered, and mitigation measures has been put in place. Like for example, like security, things to do mismanagement, and all other risks that will come along with our water pan. And to our budget. Imagine with all this, we just need 233,500, 900 I mean. And you don't have to give 233,900. You are a student, you might decide to come and volunteer to our site. Instead of paying this worker that one day, we will take you as a student and volunteer and help us run our project. Secondly, you see you're sitting there, you man sitting there, there is a part you can play to help us come up with this project. By buying that chondo will make my project and my community project successful. So from this budget, you can choose one item that will donate to our project and make our project successful. So my community has a dream to live like people in Nairobi, where water is not insufficient, where their livestock, what they normally depend, has been dealt with and taken care of. And in order to do so, they just need a water pan. And I hope and pray, it is not today is the water pan, but in years to come, it will be a dam. Pray for me, pray for my community. Thank you all. We have started our journey. We sat down there. We looked for a viable project, and we decided a water pan project. So in order to make my community full and happy, and to maintain a smile, like my guy here, who said, maintain a smile, because we are charging everyone, because the power can run out. Even my community needs that smile. And this water pan is what will make my community great. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate Mr. Mwangi. A local solution for a local problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Mwangi. I think we will receive questions from 3 or 4 people who are going to sponsor, and their artifacts and their chodos are at the back. I already took one, so zimebaki dogo tafadhali, okay? Uende pale uchukue moja so that you are able to support this project from this village called Muswerere. Muswerere, okay? Let's hear from one of our donors there.
Thank you very much. My name is Felix Onyango. I represent Innovate Africa, which is an organization that deals with a project like yours. One challenge we've been facing with water pans is that by design, you should have a silt trap that will collect the mud so that you don't fail your water pan. I'm pretty sure, I didn't see it in your design, but I'm pretty sure you'll consider that moving forward. But another challenge that is a problem is the rate of evaporation and seepage. I don't know the type of soils that you have But the water plants we've done in Narok, some areas experience a lot of seepage, and of course we can't do anything about evaporation. So then this brings the question of how do you expect to sustain, let's say, seedlings, tree seedlings, when your water pan is dry? I don't know your innovative idea around that.
Thank you. We considered that. And about the seed traps, in my budget you can see we have included cement. Because cement we cannot be able to generate from our community. Another idea that we came up on how to connect, it needs some mesh wire, the design. So we will use old mabatis there is some way that designers do. We consulted with one. So on the rate of evaporation, in our timeline we are planting in June, we are planting 300 trees that we will plant around that water pan. Those trees are canopy in shape and they will be planted close to each other. This will reduce the rate of the wind moves, and this, by reducing the wind, we will reduce the rate of evaporation. And also in terms of seepage, the area that we are going to do this water pan is where there is normally a swamp. So the soils are black, those that are alluvial clay black soil, that will somehow, when water normally it is cementation, somehow it fills those gaps. Unajua, I could explain it better if I was an engineer, but somehow they connect like a cement, and reduce that seepage. So most of the seepage, and that's why we only considered 2 million liters of water will be lost. 2 million. So one from evaporation, the other one from seepage. So with 4.5 million liters, 4.5 million liters will be used specifically from the rules of the CBO, will be used for livestock. 1 million will be used for tree planting. And considering this, even with dry season, we will have water because of the tank that we will have implanted on that project. Thank you.
Okay, let's get another question.
Just to add on to that he has said, the place we identified is a swampy area. Normally water is restored there during the rains. So it is just a matter of expanding the space and digging it deeper so that it can hold big volume of water. So we will be very much okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent project, and it's exciting because one thing is that the project is aligned with the current government agenda in terms of ensuring that this year alone they do 1 billion trees. So my question then is that how much have you tapped into, first and foremost, this opportunity where first and foremost the availability of seedlings that are being offered by the government to ensure that they achieve that agenda. Then two, I saw from your budget you put 100,000 for land. Have you been liaising with the county government, because water is a devolved function, and as a result the county governments have prioritized water pan areas as one of the options. So have you been, I know you've done MOUs with the communities and ETC, but what is the county engagement in this? Because I know it's a big undertaking, and definitely the way that to go, and I'm sure even later on we'll hear from Her Excellency Governor Wavinya, this is one of our priorities in terms of water pans in different setups. So I'll be curious to just find out what's the county engagement.
Okay, thank you. To answer the first question about the tree seedlings, yes, we considered like having tree seedlings from the other organization and other government. So, but normally most of the time you find that trees are not the one that tracks in our community. Trees are the one that the tree seedling are the one that track, and in our community there are various trees that survive, and to get these trees in the market is not that easy. Like Mengeto.
Yes, exactly. We have so many trees, and we have tested many of them. We have groups which have been doing such jobs. So we need just a backup to move forward and do better to support the government initiative of drought and climate change mitigation. Thank you.
Yeah, those trees are Mengeto, Muduru. They are the one that normally does well in that community. And finding their seedlings, you can only find them locally. So that's why we considered local. In my explanation, I have written local tree seedlings, those that will normally survive in that area. To come to liaising with the county government, we have talked with the MCA, but one of the things that he told us, yes, there might be a budget, but before the budget has been done, you know, the budget of this year was already done, and it will be done, maybe it will be considered in June. So some of that was our cross contact and from the county, and that is what we liaised with. Thank you.
Any other question or comment, so that you want to volunteer in cash or in kite? Let's get to the last comment for these volunteers. So
good afternoon.
The next one.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Alex, and I'm a Rotarian. I wanted to find out how long did it take to implement or rather, how long does it usually take to implement the water pump projects? Thank you.
Implementation. From the day of scooping the water pan, we are starting from the August. So from August to December to October is when we have the whole of the project has been completed. So from our timeline, we have indicated well when the project will start and when it will end. So normally 3 to 4 months we will have completed anything, and that won't be possible without 233,900. So we will do it practical, and I hope we will get that funding from you guys, because we need it. We need it for sure. We need it. I'm from Nakuru, and Muserere is a dry area. In Nakuru we don't have water problems. Just imagine I'm surviving there. I need to survive there next time when I go there. Please help my dream come true. Yeah.
Asante, tupigia Mr. Mwangi makofi. Thank you, thank you. Any other last comment? Yes. And for those who are, there is Michael and Claire who is going loud, collecting these pledges. Thank you. We have received them. You are pledging in. Thank you. Thank you for the support that you are giving this project. Keep on pledging. Okay.
Okay. Again, let me interrupt. Before the next volunteer comes in, where is Joylene? Could you give Joylene the microphone? Ulienda kuketi? Yeah, give Joylene. And is Thomas Mogaka in the house? Yes. Joylene, could you just tell us in 1 minute, what is your project about?
Hello everyone, my name is Joylene. I'm a volunteer in Narok County, and our project is about cattle fattening. We are doing cattle fattening project to empower the women in Narok County who are under-resourced.
Thank you. So, Bwana Thomas Mogaka from Compassion International has donated 20,000 shillings towards your project.
Thank you.
And then there is Matiro. Wapi Matiro? Matiro, just 1 minute. What is your project about?
Hi, how are you? Hi. So my name is Samuel Matiro Njugura. I'm a volunteer in Machakos County, Kaani. My project is on a water purification project. We are seeking funding to actually improve the access to clean water for consumption and domestic use in Kaani.
Right. So Mheshimiwa, who was here and has left, has given 100,000 towards your project.
Thank you, thank you. I know even Ms. Mwangi, you are going to support. There are those cards which are going kindly pledge. Continue pledging. You hear people are pledging. Please, whatever you pledge, whether in cash, in kind, any partnership you are able to do with these projects, let's support these volunteers so that they can touch lives in the communities where they are working. The next volunteer who is coming on stage is a beautiful lady all the way from the mountains of the land of champions, Sharon Jelagat. Yes, there she is. Beautiful, walking towards the stage. Let's appreciate her. Kama mimi naona venye yako mrembo, nyinyi washirika mnaona aje? Tafadhali, karibu sana bwana Madam Jelagat.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. Today we are so excited, my community member and I, to stand before you to present our project. But before I welcome you aboard, let me give a chance to my counterparts.
Amujambo nyote. Jina langu ni Muinde Kamoya from Machakos County, Mua Ward, katika kai location, Mikuyu sub location, Water Village. Na niko hapa ku-present hii mradi yetu ya kujenga darasa. Kwanza hiyo sehemu ni mahali tumeanza kuhamia kutoka mbali, na sababu ya hiyo kupata huduma muhimu kama mashule ziko mbali na sisi, more than 3 to 4 5-6 kilometers away. Na wakati kwa Afrika ilikuja ikatuletea mrembo wetu hapa Sharon, ikatusaidia kujua nini tunahitaji kama wanakijiji, na ndio sababu tukakutoka na hiyo mradi ya tujenge an ECD class. Najua hapa si zote ni wasomi, na najua kila mtu alipitia kutoka pale chini. Sasa wewe imagine, sasa wewe jiweke kwa kiatu yangu na wao watu wangu huko Vota. Asubuhi mama anaweka mtoto kwa mgongo, alafu anatembea kwa hiyo muda yote mpaka anampeleka kwa shule. Wewe imagine, wewe ukiwa wakati ule ukiwa mtoto. Ayo masaa pia kuna mambo muhimu yale kama wana village pale wanatakiwa kupata kutoka maybe kwa government. Kama juzi tu vile tulikuwa na hii ugonjwa mbaya, hii ilikuwa na saa hii iko corona. Hatukuwa na mahali karibu ile tunaweza pata hiyo chanjo. Sasa tukawa tunapata hiyo chanjo kwa barabara. Sasa kama tungekuwa na hii class, tungekuwa tunaenda hapo tunapewa hiyo chanjo. Ndio sasa naomba kwa kweli, kama mkitusaidia kujenga hii shule, hii darasa, mtakuwa mmetusaidia kutoka kiwango ya chini mpaka ingine.
Okay, naona mafundi wako hapa, hata jamaa wa cement nimemwona pale. Madam Sharon, ebu mzee, tupige mzee makofi tafadhali. Naona ako na hiyo uchungu watoto wazazi kutembea safari ndefu kuleta watoto shule. Madam Sharon, shamba umepata na fundi yako hapa. Tuambie umefika wapi ndio tujenge hii darasa.
So due to the long distance that our children walk to school, around trip of like 7 kilometers, these children, there's a lot of irregularity in school attendance because you can't surely leave your child to walk 4 kilometers on their own. You have to take her. And when our parents are committed elsewhere, these children have to stay at home because also during rainy seasons and flooding roads, these children have to stay at home because of the long distances. So for every problem, our community members looked for a solution, and the solution we found was that let these children study in the church because it's near and they can walk themselves to school. And church is a very unconducive space to learn. I don't think you can stay and learn in the church very comfortably because there's a lot of distractions, a lot of events happen in the church, and when these events happen, these children have to stay at home. Additionally, they can't use extra learning materials because this is not their private space. We can't come in the church, start using paint paintings and charts and other things, and all this contribute to the poor performance of these children. As you can see from my picture there, those are some of the children that study in the church. I don't know how long you can train while working in your office. That's the state in our village, Vota village, and our children. They use benches for tables and chairs, and they are really struggling to learn. So we sat together with my community, and they know the importance of education, and they proposed the construction of a classroom at AIC Kikawani. That is the size, the normal size of a classroom, that's 30 by 25 feet, which will accommodate 45 of our children and give our children a happy learning space. Additionally, we propose that you get these children a comfortable furniture so that they can learn very comfortably. So you might ask, if I want to contribute to my project, what will I benefit? So over 40 of our children will have a conducive learning space, and over 200 households from these villages will be the direct beneficiaries of this project. And a classroom will benefit generations and generations to come, not just the 40 children that we are talking about. Also, the distance will be reduced. These children always travel 7 kilometers round trip. With a classroom, our children will be traveling 3 kilometers round trip. There will be increased school attendance because the children can now walk themselves to school. And when they have this classroom, it's their private space with a conducive learning environment. There'll be interest in learning, which will improve the performance to excellent. And additionally, we are going to employ a teacher and temporary jobs because we'll need constructors to construct this classroom. And also our women, our heroes, will now have time to commit to their work because the children can walk themselves to school. Our project, we expect our project to take 14 weeks. That's from the month of June to the month of September. From the month of June, we are going to do the community contribution. Here in Kenya, we say, help yourself first before we help you, right? So my community, we are going to start the contribution from our community members before we come to you, and then we are going to source for materials. We expect to start constructing in the month of July, all the way to the month of August, and then after that we are going to decorate the classroom to be a happy space for children because they learn best with pictures and visuals, and then we are going to fit in the furnitures, and then in the month of September, the first week, we expect to open the classroom. So for every action, there's a reaction, and we've already considered this. You might build a class, but now you put the school fees to be very expensive. No parent can accommodate the school fees. So we are going to pay 400 shillings per month for every parent. This is to accommodate the payment of the teacher as well as the learning materials. We are going to need the chalks, the charts, the books for these children. 350 will go to the teacher, and then the 50 bob will go to the parent. And you might ask, is this affordable to the parents in the community?
Hii muradi vile tumesema ni muradi wa wanakijiji. Wale wanapeleka watoto huko mbali, na huko charges ziko juu kushinda hii 400. Kwa hivyo vile tumekaa chini ni kwa hii 400 ni kidogo kushinda ile wanatoa, sababu huko ni 600, 1000 hivyo. Kwa hivyo wata afford hiyo pesa.
Asante. And additionally, we are going to sign a memorandum of understanding. This to prevent the future conflicts between the church and the community, because the church is our host of our classroom. Sorry about that. The church is our host of our classroom. And also we'll have a board of management and also the parents association. This will make sure that this class is run effectively to accommodate the children as well as the community members. And onto my budget, so the total budget of this classroom is 881,490 Kenyan shillings. My community, due to the passion they have for the education and their children, and they understand the importance of early childhood development, they contributed 296,100 shillings. CorpsAfrica is going to give us 250,000 shillings, and what we are looking for today is just 335,390. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, when you educate a child, you just don't educate that one child, but the community. And just as I walked into the community to create the change that I want, I welcome you all today. Let's create this change, because I know most of you are looking forward to our educated generation, a generation that takes education into importance. So I welcome you all. Let's make this dream a reality for our village, for our children, so that they can stop walking long distances and have a happy, conducive learning environment. Thank you.
Asante, let's appreciate Madam Shalon and mzee wa kazi all the way from Machakos, that village. Mmesema ni Mvea? Ni Mvea Muno. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you can shoot your question, your contribution. Tuko na wa kwanza pale mwenye hardware ya pale amesema simiti 10. Tafadhali mpatie mic. Where is our able MC? Tafadhali pale, tafadhali, okay? Tafadhali. Wa mabati na yeye namuona hii side, tafadhali. Tunamaliza huyu tunakuja kwa mabati, huyo mwingine fundi wa plasta yako hapa. Tafadhali. Thank you very much.
My name is Nita Kehiro. I'm here with students from Daystar because I'm the placement officer here at Daystar. I do placement in international relations. So the international people, you can bring your children to Daystar. We welcome you, and even the others who have those hardwares. Mine is in education, and I'm passionate about that. But my question would be, how sustainable is this project? Because you are just building one classroom for the ECD. What about when this child goes to grade 1? Will they be walking the round trip of 7 kilometers? Is that still sustainable? That's my question.
Okay, so thank you so much for your question. So an ECD or a pre-primary school accommodates that pre-primary, 1 PP1 and PP2 according to the Kenyan education system. So an ECD, yes, additionally cannot be a standalone school. So number 1 will be under the extension management of the nearest primary school or full primary schools. That's Vota Primary. That will ensure that we use the correct curriculum and the children are learning the same way. And also, when these children graduate from PP2, they can join the grade 1 of the full Vota Primary School. And when these children are joining grade 1, they are let's say 6-7 years, and we hope that they can manage to walk the distance rather than the 3 to 5 young children.
Okay, so let's appreciate. Let's give a comment and contribution. Yes. Your role is available to Fairy Stones. Yes, let's hear from her.
I got put in the spot. Congratulations on the project. I only have one comment. I think it's beautiful that the community of all of the projects that they chose and all of the populations that they could choose to benefit, that the community made the decision to invest in the future by choosing their very youngest in education. So I just wanted to note that.
Okay, let's appreciate. Then I have seen you had also, we hear about your contribution. What do you think about this project and where do you come in? Thank you very much. I saw you had in your heart.
Thank you very much, MC. I think this is an extremely good project. I want to thank Jibkat, was it Jibkat or Shalon, Chalagat. Chilaga, that's a very beautiful name. And Muzee there for identifying this project. If you see the photos that you have seen, those kids walking to school, really, I think it's very touching. And I want to encourage you, and we are there for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, great.
Thank you. I have a lot of experience from Senegal, where I was working with CorpsAfrica, and this whole idea of the project demo and these volunteers who have already been in the field for 6 months. They have not just decided on these projects, they are working with the community. And what you have to realize is the beautiful thing about this structure of setting up projects is that there is a risk, but the community have bought in, it's their initiative, and having these brilliant volunteers who are really well trained, they have the facilitation and the network skills. And then if it plugs into carry on with the Ministry of Education to actually sort of go, ooh, that's quite a good idea, this is needed, or whether it's about water pans or health or whatever it happens to be with the disabled, this is just innovation. It's initiating a plan of action. And that's what we're buying into with these brilliant volunteers who will go on to be leaders in the future.
Let's appreciate involving the community to identify their problem. There is buy-in, there is their contribution in it, so they are the first one to invest in the project. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Linda Okumo. We are from Amref International University. Our school is a school of public health and we are very glad to be here. And the first thing I would love to say is that our school, being a school of community health and public health, we are more of volunteers. We are people who will come aboard and make sure that all these projects that guys have started, especially with the CorpsAfrica, will be able to be part of that community and grow together as a team. And now to add on to my point, you have started a school initiative and we always say education is the backbone of each and every nation out here. And your initiative will really go places. And to add on to that, I am the chair lady of our debate council. I'm also the deputy secretary on the Kenya Model United Nations at our school. And with that much little power that I have within me, we will be able to bring in individuals who will be able to be providing milk and bread to your students at your institution. We'll make sure that that is implemented. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much. Amref School is there any other? Yes, we don't want to lock you. We don't want to lock you. Please, we are giving in kind. We are giving donations, whether in cash, in kind, such partnerships. We are looking forward to that. Those kids should not be trekking 7 kilometers going to school. Any other contribution or any other comment? Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Please visit their desk out there. They are out there to explain you, to demonstrate for you, and they show you how they are ready to do it, how far they are, the contribution from the community is ready, so that these children should not be trekking the way they have been trekking. The last volunteer who is coming on stage is Maureen Johi. Maureen Johi is doing a project on dairy goat farming in Kajiado. The counterpart who was here from, there was another volunteer who was doing about dairy goat farming. He talked about breeding the goats, okay? So I don't know whether Moha is here. Moha, who does the breeding of matatus. We are looking for such partnership. Moha does breeding here. So let's have Maureen Johi to come on stage so she can play us together with her counterparts. Oh, his counterpart is here, okay? Sijui kama mlilipia, nilimuona na mbuzi nje, mlilipia parking ya hiyo mbuzi. Wakuja stage tafadhali. Wakuja stage watuambie buzi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you to our village in Ilerai, Kimana. Allow us to take you on a journey as we do dairy goat farming. But first of all, let me welcome my counterparts.
Ya kwanza, Andersova boy. Jambo. Hivyo ndio inaitwa Andersova. Bwana asifiwe tena. Unajua tukitupa Yesu tutaenda mbali. Tukiweka Yesu kando, hakuna kitu kitaendelea. Ama namna gani? Nasema Wakikuyu ni wangapi mliega? Ugai turega keria turaheo. Si ndio? Ni nzuri ile tunapewa. Ninasema kwamba mimi mnaniona mimi ni Masai, si ndio? Hakuna mwingine ametobolewa masikio kwa hii nyumba yote mzima. Ni mimi tu. Na ndio Wakikuyu anasema moshuria mato. Nomo shuria matore sio kushuria akili, hapana, niko naye. Hakuna mahali imepunguzwa kwa akili. Ninasema kwamba mimi nimetoka Loitoktok, mahali inaitwa Kimana, sublocation Namelo. Nimekaa na Maureen. Mnaona ni mjukuu wangu. Lakini tumekaa tukiangalia hiyo project yetu ya mbuzi. Tukasema ya kwamba hii project ni nzuri sababu ni kitu inaweza kuinua mama. Mnafikiri hata nyewe mkiona project inasimamiwa na mtu mzee kama mimi kweli itaanguka? Haiwezi anguka. Hawezi. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaomba tu ya kwamba maana tutapata hii project. Najua mtatupatia. Nina haki mtatupatia, maana nimeomba Mungu sana, lazima tupate. Ndio ninasema kwamba maana tumekuja kwa ajili ya hiyo na nimesha form hiyo kikundi. Mimi ndio nasimamia, nimepewa nisimamie kama mtu mzee na ilikuwa imeletwa na Hailin ndiye alisunguka huko mpaka kutupata mahali tuko, tunaona ni sawa tuendelee. Mimi tulipo form hiyo kikundi yetu, nikaona nitoe shamba na kuweza kuoteshea mbuzi yetu nyasi, nikaona nitoe mahali ya kujengea ili tukipata isiwe ya kwamba sioni. Maana any project ikiharibika inasemwa chama nalikuwa wapi. Hii ndio challenge ya hawa watu. Kwa hivyo ninasema kwamba huyu partner wangu ni mtu ametusaidia sana kutoa mama mahali walikuwa, kuangalishia kazi yao vile wanaweza kufanya, na tukikaa na yeye tunaendelea vizuri. Nikiwachia hapo si Mungu atawabariki, alafu nimpatie atuambie ile nyingine yote kama ile kuna kitu.
Wacha atuambie venye ataleta buzi. Wacha tuambie venye ataleta buzi.
So my name is Maureen Juhi and I'm a graduate of mass communication. I'm passionate about community development and sports, and I volunteer because I deeply care about communities and I want to play part in driving change, and that's why I'm in Ilerai village. So the problem my community is facing is low income. And why is this? My community are many crop farmers who depend on it to earn income, and over the last season they have been drought, so they experienced crop losses, which has led them to earn less income. So my community, with this problem they're facing, they propose to do dairy goat farming as an alternative income generating activity so that they can earn income. In this solution, we'll be acquiring 13 dairy goats called Kenyan Alpine. 12 goats will be female and one will be a male goat for breeding. And then under this we'll have training on dairy and goat management, because when we give them these goats, we do not want this project to fail, so we'll train them on dairy goat management. Also under that we'll construct a goat shed and we'll plant pasture for the goats. And finally we'll sell milk and male goats to earn income, which is what we are looking at. Under the outputs of our projects, we have income from selling milk. We are looking at getting a monthly profit of 70,000 shillings from selling milk, and also we are looking after our goats give birth, we are looking for our project to expand. We'll be starting with 12 goats, but over time we'll be having more goats and we'll be having more milks. Also, we are looking at selling our male goats at 19,500 shillings after every year. For impact, we'll be impacting, our CBO has 60 members, 60 households, which will be impacting directly. And also we'll be having 300 indirect beneficiaries. We are looking at getting income, which will help the community members to be able to access, to buy food, and also to have that financial independence. And with that income, they can be able to take their kids to school, they can be able to invest in businesses and things like that. Also, we'll have improved breeds. Remember, my community, they do have these local breeds, but they do not produce as much milk. So with this Kenyan Alpine breed, they'll be able to crossbreed and improve their breeds. And so in long-term wise, my community, in the long run, my community will have goats which can produce milk and they can get income from them. Our project timeline will be going from May to November. We'll have several activities like registering the CBO. We'll also plant pasture. We'll also construct a dairy goat shed, and also finally we'll acquire the Kenyan Alpine breeds. Then lastly, we'll have training on monitoring and evaluation and hand over the project to the community. Of course, we want our project to be very sustainable and to run for a very long time and benefit the community. So we have considered management, and under this CBO, the CBO has bylaws which will run the CBO. We also have a bank account where we'll be putting in our money from the income of selling the milk and selling the goats. We also have a monitoring team available. They will keep the checkbooks, and also they'll do bookkeeping and do checklists to do evaluation. We also considered the risk of land conflict, and we have an MOU signed where we are going to construct the goat shed and plant our pasture. Lastly, we have the risk of diseases, where we have a local vet available who will be checking on the well-being of our goats. So our budget totals to 567,260 shillings. CorpsAfrica has already contributed 250, and my able community, because they love goats and they're really committed to this project, they've contributed 119,660 shillings. The only deficit you're looking for is 197,600 shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, income is very important in our lives. And my community, for my community, these goats are not just goats for them. These goats symbolizes financial freedom. They symbolize food security. They symbolize employment, and they symbolize self-reliance. So help me give my community a hand up to get this 197,600 shillings. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate Maureen Juhe. Thank you. Together with the able man all the way from Kajiado. Yes.
Mimi bado niko.
Yeah.
Tunasema kwamba hii project yetu tumeendelea, maana hata tumeshaandikisha mpaka tukaenda kwa social service, nikawaletea certificate, tukamaliza hiyo. Sasa ndio tunaendelea na mambo hizo zingine. Kwa hivyo sisi ombi yetu mtusaidie kutushika mkono ili hawa watu wainuke, maana hata pia nimeshatafuta paka soko ya hiyo maziwa. Kwa hivyo nimeshatafuta soko, itakuwa tu ya kwamba ni kitu kwa already leo maziwa kesho inaenda tu hapo. Kwa hivyo nimeshatengeneza. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema tu ya kwamba mjaribu mtushike mkono kabisa. Nimesema asanteni.
Asante. Unasikia washatafuta mpaka soko ya maziwa, okay? They are owning the project and they are looking for your partnership with them so that the local people from the Maureen's community can be able to be uplifted. Let's get questions and volunteers and sponsors. Yes, we have Dr. Kimano there. Thank you very much for honoring to be on our meeting.
Hello. My question is, like, how many liters do you expect from the goats? That, yeah, thank you.
The Kenyan Alpine breeds produce 4 to 6 liters of milk in a day. So we're expecting to be selling 3 liters of milk in a day because they'll be having lambs. So 1 liter of milk will go to feeding the lamb, because a half liter in the morning, a half liter in the evening. So in a day, we'll be selling 36 liters. In a month is 1,080 liters. When you multiply that by 100, because a liter goes for 100 shillings, it will come to 108,000. And our monthly expenditure will be 38,000 because of purchasing the supplements, the feeds, and also for the caretaker. So when you minus the monthly expenditure from our monthly income from the milk, we will have a 70,000 shillings, which will be a monthly profit.
Let's get another question or comment. Yes. Local solution for local problems. Yes, please hand over the mic there.
Maureen, this is very exciting. Maybe to challenge you is, have you thought of value addition? Because goat milk is very nutritious, and also I think it treats so many diseases. Maybe have you talked to cabs, or because we need those milk, especially in urban areas where we don't access such. So think of value addition, and with the veterinary, and I don't know how best we can do that, because again, people are conscious of what they're eating now. I'm an advocate for organic eating, and with Alpine, I don't know the injections and the drugs that have been inserted to them. So we are conscious again about what we'll take into our body. So you need to be keen again on that. Thank you.
Okay, there is another volunteer there. And please, as we are handing over that mic to him, there are pledging cards where you can donate in kind, in cash. There is paybill number there where you can support any project, put the volunteer name, and their desks are out there. Please, once we finish, don't just go. Please interact with them.
Hello, my name is John. I'm from Daystar. I'm doing applied computer science. I have not only questions but also suggestions. I think you should go bigger. Goats are much more profitable than just milk. What about mutton? It's a huge industry, especially during Christmas time and all that. I mean, have you thought about the meat and all that? The next thing is the goat. Their coat is used in fiber in clothing industry. I think you should go bigger. And the next thing is really why do you need to purchase more goats if the local community already has goats? I mean, the local community already has goats. Why don't you mash up the local community, those who own the goats, and work out a deal where they give you the goats and you give them and you agree on payback. Like you give me your goats and on them, I get the milk, I get the mutton, I get the the mohair, I do the investment with your goats and you get a certain return. So with that, you don't really need to have to get that. The other thing you talked about having land and planting grass or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that place is a bit arid, right? So let's face it, trying to do irrigation on that land, it's a big of an issue. My suggestion is mash up the local community, use the water that they use for the kitchen and the water that they use in the bathroom, in the washroom, not the washroom, but they use to bathe, and the water that they use to in their cooking and everything. That water, try to get a big tank, try to treat that water, and then use that water for irrigation. Am I making sense? That is a constant supply of water, because every day they'll have to cook, every day they'll have to shower. Constant supply of water. No need for rain. If it comes, thank God. But if the river is not nearby, you still have constant supply of water. The last suggestion is okay, you've talked about I mean somebody talked about the big market or in terms of milk. You see, this thing can be such a huge thing, right? Because a lot of people are not able to digest milk from cows, right? Why don't you have a setup where you package your milk as a product that belongs to that community?
Okay.
And then you get Quickmart and other people and Naivas to get that product from you. Build a reputation on that. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. I think Maureen, the gentleman is asking how your plan on going big, where you are starting. I know you are a believer will start small and grow big. Maybe you can get your comment and maybe a response on one.
To my comment on that, remember we are focusing on dairy goat farming, so the community have local breeds that can't produce milk, so we can't use that breed to get milk. We have to buy dairy goat breeds. So we are focusing on dairy, our focus dairy. So when we first establish this, we'll think the community will think of expanding it later. Because right now we are starting small. Remember, this is a local community. We are thinking on local solutions first. Then after that, they can expand later.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Anybody related to, yes, thank you for sponsoring those two goats. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to add something small, but before I add it, I've seen in the leaflet you're saying you'll get the goats when they're 3 months pregnant. I don't have an experience with the change of ecological conditions when you're expectant, but do you think that would be an issue when you move them from one point to the ground when they're expectant? But my real question is, as an organization, we are working on a partnership with the Calro. We're having almost the same project, but with cattle. And as you were speaking, I was looking at it in terms of how do we make this big and more impactful. And in your dynamics, I think your framework is working with one male. So just to add something on what the speaker was saying, is it possible that you can engage those who have local breeds, improve their breeds using your males? You know, it won't really affect your project. You'll just probably add one male and you'll probably partner with a vet who can help you in ensuring your breed is not, there's no infestation from the local breeds. So this is just something you can think of moving forward. Thank you.
Asante. Wow. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, you wanted, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Madam Maureen and Msewa, that is all the way from Kajiado. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them until they get on stage. That's Mzee from Kajiado who is thinking differently. He is not thinking of more wise, of the problem we had from another community. He is thinking how we can uplift our community. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to invite, and I said we have a silent auction at the back, one of the projects where Mwangi was presenting here. They already have their wares in the market, so please pass there and buy the beautiful chondos they have there as a way of supporting their project. Don't get out of this room without supporting. Any coin is very much welcome, and if you are not supporting in cash, you can support in kind. You can see a way you support these projects through partnership or linking them to those county government officials where they can be able to get assistance so that they can implement this project. Let us have this is Mr. Mutuma Nkata from the NGO Coordination Board to speak to us. If he is with us today, thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. Mutuma Nkata to come speak to us so that he can tell us from the executive desk how we are performing and the future of CorpsAfrica, the way he is saying we are running our project, how we are fitting in the market.
Thank you, on MC, for pronouncing my name like a child.
Apologies.
You will learn like a child. It's not in Nkata, it's in Kanata.
Kanata.
That's on a light note.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the chair, the country director, the board members, participants, good afternoon. It's a very unique moment for me to come and to be one of the participants for CorpsAfrica project demo. Having registered it about a year ago, and the kind of impact it's creating in this country is enormous. So first of all is to say congratulations, Chair, and your board for the fantastic work you have done. As a regulator, we are proud of you. There are very few organizations that we register, and within 1 year they have made a huge impact to the lives of people. We are also happy that the kind of projects that you are undertaking are aligned with the government broader program of Kenya Kwanza government, bottom-up approach, whereby most of those projects are conceptualized, visualized at the community level. And you come up with the community projects. And I'm very impressed with the kind of projects that you have that are low cost, but with high impact. Truly, this is how we can have transformative activities that can bring transformative transformation in our communities and ultimately in our country. So congratulations, CorpsAfrica, you are the new kid in the block. May God continue blessing the works that you are undertaking. We are also very happy that the approach that you have undertaken in terms of volunteerism, you are targeting the young people. And I know Dr. King'ori quoted so many African philosophers and Swahili sayings. Just to be international, let me also quote some Irish statesman, Edmund Burke, who is a statesman and a philosopher, who once said that tell me what are the prevailing sentiments that occupy the minds of young men and women, and I will tell you what is to be the character of the next generation. And I can tell you from what I've seen, the kind of the volunteers, young volunteers, the kind of the shaping that they are doing in our communities, the future of our country is much, much brighter. We are happy because in the next 2 weeks, we are going to launch the NGO Week. The NGO Week is part and parcel of now becoming the Kenyan story to celebrate the work that NGOs are undertaking in this country. We normally celebrate for a whole week with the various activities. And the first thing that we do, we launch the sector report. And the sector report captures the contribution of NGOs in the country, which sectors they are, whether it's in health, agriculture, education, issues of governance, all sorts of sectors, and we try to analyze and give their contribution and the challenges in the sector. The question of sustainability, I'm very happy all the projects that have been projected here today. There is that component of sustainability. How sustainable are these organizations? And one of them is the question of governance. You are creating, you are registering these organizations with a proper board, and of course you look at the sustainability in terms of supporting those programs. So we are going to launch that sector report at KICC from 5th, that is on Monday, and we will also have exhibitions. More than 50 organizations, NGOs, we will be doing exhibitions from 5th to 7th at KICC. You are all invited to come and engage with quite a number of organizations that will be doing exhibitions, and also you are invited to come and be part and parcel of the launch of our NGO Week. We have heard very touching stories, very creative, very innovative, and very empowering stories. And as a board, as a regulator, we are truly proud of the work that you are doing. We are ready to continue supporting you. Whatever support you are going to do, we require, we are ready for you. Lastly, and I was given the mic, and I was asking how many bags of cement I would contribute or something like that. But I can assure you, here in Nairobi, we have enough labor. Many people here go to the gym, so what do those places, build classes, do the plans and all that. That's on a light note, but as an organization, NGO Coordination Board, we are going to sit to meet my colleagues and we'll agree which project we are going to pick. Thank you very much and God bless.
Asante. Let's appreciate Mr. Mutuma from NGO Coordination Board. We appreciate you. Thank you, sir, for honoring and gracing our event as one of our principal. You are principal prefect in this industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from Her Excellency, the Governor of Machakos County. She have sent one of her representatives, one of the executive, to be with us here. Let's appreciate. That's Her Excellency Wavinya Ndeti, the Governor Machakos County. She have a message for us.
Thank you so much, Bana MC. I am privileged today to represent my bosses, Her Excellency Madam Wavinya Ndeti, the Governor of Machakos County, and also to represent my immediate boss, who is Honorable Onesmus Muasia. He is the Minister for the Department of Gender, Social Welfare, Sports and Youth, and I am the Chief Officer. My name is Banis Kioko. I am excited to be here today. I have been taught, I have learned a lot, and I've also been challenged. In our department, we receive so many requisitions in line with what we have discussed today or been told today. And I must say, the board and the CorpsAfrica team, it's like they learned, or rather they aligned to the manifesto of Her Excellency Wavinya Ndeti for the people of Machakos, because it is towards the transformative development of the people or of the society. In a manifesto, there is issues to do with food security, and we've seen that well analyzed. We've seen issues of socio-economic empowerment. We've seen that. We've also seen issues of infrastructure, and that is also being done. So congratulations, CorpsAfrica. Thank you, Patricia, for thinking about Machakos County. We are overwhelmed by that love that you've shown. And I want to appreciate also the coordinators who have been working with the volunteers. Benson, thank you very much, and Pastor, we really appreciate. We also appreciate the volunteers, Samuel, Sharon, and our colleague from Senegal. We really appreciate the kind of work that you're doing. I want to say that we've already felt the impact that you have done in Machakos County for those 3 wards that you've already ventured into. Can we clap for them? And the message that I have from my excellency is that we are going to work together with you, also to exploring how we can get to more counties, or rather wards in Machakos, because the approach that you are using is working. We've worked with other partners, and I don't want to say they don't have a good approach, but we feel this is giving impact in a short period. That's why we want to really work with you to ensure that we have that impact and our people get supported. In our department, the gender, social, and sports and youth, we work with women, youth, vulnerable, and also men. We've realized mostly the boy child has been left out, and I would encourage the partners that are here, including CorpsAfrica, that we should not forget about the boy child. I would say the short period that I've been in office as an accounting officer, I've got overwhelming requisitions about the boy child, and I've made it a duty whenever I go and I'm given an opportunity to talk, to encourage Kenyans that let us not forget about boy child. They are going through a lot, and I think being a gender and social welfare chief officer, those are some of awareness that we are doing in the community so that we don't forget the boy child. Just to add on that is to say that the volunteer program approach that is being used is also very good, because you realize, like our board member who said in the morning, that we have a shortage of jobs. And I can attest to that, being an HR professional. We have no jobs, though they are there. Please don't say that you're not going to put efforts in your studies because there are no jobs. Jobs are there, but innovation is very important, and that is where the world is going to. We've seen there's a lot that is coming. I don't know whether you've seen the artificial issues about now people, we are going to employ those technology. I've also seen technology of men going to be given artificial wives. So we really need to work towards ensuring that we fight for our space. And we can only fight for our space when we become innovative. So for me, I felt that the approach that CorpsAfrica are using is really helping Machakos County, and we are happy and we are glad. And the Excellency told me that because I am the accounting officer of a revolving fund that in our manifesto is called Wikwatio Fund, or HOPE in English, that we will ensure for sustainability of those groups, we will ensure they are the first beneficiaries of that fund. So I want to say that and appreciate it has been a very good learning session, and I have been challenged, and I think it has also helped me towards implementing the manifesto of Our Excellency. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Wow, let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Salimia Governor, the Excellency Wafinya Ndeti, tell her we really appreciate and we are ready to receive that gift from the revolving fund as CorpsAfrica. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her as she takes her seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our program, and we want to hear, we have greetings all the way from the Ambassador of Senegal. Is she or he allowed, so that you can just say hi? The representative from Senegal, the Embassy of Senegal. Okay? So they said hi, they were here, they had another meeting, it clashed with our meeting, so they were in the meeting and they left early. Let's appreciate Senegal. Let's appreciate the Embassy of Senegal was with us here. So ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end. Allow me to invite on board so that he can give photo thanks. This is Mrs. Pauline Mwangangi to come on board so that she can give her closing remarks and photo thanks. Let's appreciate her as she comes on stage.
Good afternoon. If you are like me, you feel we have learned so much, so much. I think we want just to say thank you to ourselves, those who have managed to be here from morning to now. Bwana MC, I think you stay close so that we can appreciate people. Let's appreciate ourselves from morning to now. We have learned so much. I think this idea of a demo, apart from getting the information, seeing all these things we've seen, the displays, the videos, that's very impactful. And we want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much. And because I know we are running short of time, let me just say we want to appreciate each and every person that has contributed to having this day a success that it is. Thank you very much. And in particular, we want to say thank you very much to our partners, those who have worked closely with us. We want to appreciate the MasterCard Foundation, who have contributed so much, even getting these technical things behind us and other areas. We want to say thank you very much. We want to thank Dr. Dr. Manu Chandalia. What a wonderful time we have had. Just listening to those gurus, those people who have made Kenya what it is. We want to say thank you. And Madam Patricia, tell him thank you so much, and we wish another time he will have more time to pass on to us that which he has. And I like the way he said all these things don't start like that. It's hard work. And we thank even that these projects of CorpsAfrica, they are based on getting into and soiling our hands as we get things done. I like the way he said also that they started without a coin, you know? And so when we think of this new venture of us Kenyans supporting our work, it's not what we have in the bank, it's the willingness to help. And we don't have to think of big things. After all, Chandalia said they are in 40 countries. I think he said they are in 40 countries impacting people, but he said they started without a coin. At least I think we all have 5 bob or 10 bob we can give Patricia and the team. So thank you very much for bringing such gurus to challenge us to give. We also want to appreciate other people like the NGO Coordination Board. Through the CEO. Thank you very much. Those of us who are involved in the registration of this CorpsAfrica Kenya, we really appreciate what your board has done. We moved very fast, like he said, and we want to say thank you very much. We also want to thank all other NGOs that are represented here. We had, as people are asking questions or making comments, so many of you who have worked along the CorpsAfrica. And we want to say thank you very much, and we value your cooperation, with that value your input. We want to thank even the students. We had the Daystar students who are here. Where are you? And the AMREF students, all of you, thank you very much, and we appreciate you for your input. And we know you are the future volunteers. I think in the next cohort, we are going to have some from Daystar and other places, and the AMREF. We also want to thank other NGOs that were mentioned here, like the Walkabout Foundation, those who are giving the wheelchairs for the disabled. So thank you very much. We also want to thank the community. The communities where the volunteers are working. Kajiado, Machakos, Makueni, Kitui, Narok, all the counterparts, and especially those who have made it to come here today, even to tell us what is happening. Can we appreciate them?
Let's appreciate them. Yeah. With factorial 4, okay? Tunaenda factorial, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Thank you.
Yes, we also want to appreciate the technical teams, like I've said, that have put this together. We want to appreciate the media houses that have come to pass out the message out there that Kenyans are doing something and we don't have to wait for somebody to do it for us. We can do it. Yes. We also want to thank the Daystar University for hosting this event. Thank you very much, and even for our chair who represented the Daystar, pass our regards to them. Thank you very much. And we know this couldn't have been there without our volunteers, those who agreed to go out there and represent CorpsAfrica and worked so hard. Where are you guys? You can stand up, all of you, so that we appreciate you.
Let's appreciate our volunteers.
Yes,
appreciate them.
Yes, and we tell you, keep up the good work. We are very proud of you. We are very proud of you. Can have your seats. We know behind the volunteers is a great team of our staff members, led by our able CEO, Dr. Patricia. Can you also stand up? We appreciate you. You have done a great job putting up this event. We really appreciate you. Yes, and we say keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. We also want to appreciate even the board members. We know through our chair, pass our regards to all the members. And for all the people, maybe even our guests who worked in Senegal, and you have brought in the wealth of experience, our lady here, and every other person who I may not have mentioned. You have contributed, and we appreciate you so much. And just to close, let me say that just like the good book says, that we should not get weary in doing good of giving out, good of giving. We have been told there are various ways we can give: our time, our talents, our monies, our intellect. Let's continue to do good, because like the book says, in due time we will leap. Because when we help that one person, they help another one, and over time you'll see the change we have desired to see in Kenya. God bless you.
Asante, asante, asante sana. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program this morning, this afternoon. Thank you for being patient with us. I know we have gone beyond the time which was in the program, but this was just for the good of those volunteers who served, and we started late. Have you forgiven us? Thank you very much. Shake the hand of the neighbor next to you. Ambia neighbor, it was nice sitting next to you. Now I just want to take you for a cup of coffee out there, fully sponsored by CorpsAfrica, so that we can network. So we want someone to close for us with the word of prayer. If you receive such kind of a booklet, kama ulipata such kind of a booklet, kindly check inside. There is a pledge card. Please write it. Hand over to any of the staff from CorpsAfrica. We have Michael and we have Claire at the back who will be receiving it. Okay. So our dear students, we have a cup of tea for you, which will be served here. I know you are getting your ticket here to enable you access there. We also have our guests who are our partners who came with the volunteers, plus our guests who are on this front row. Kindly go, your ticket, you'll be picking them immediately there so that you can be able to access the desk where we are having our cup of tea. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have our person to close for us with the word of prayer. Then after that, we have our guests to go start taking a cup of tea, followed by our students who will be picking a card where they can use this door or they'll be there. Let's appreciate the pastor as he comes to pray for us. Thank you very much.
Before I pray, good afternoon. My name is Reverend Matthew Moindi from Machakos. Congratulations for the good work, CorpsAfrica. The lives you are touching, may God bless you. Praise the Lord. Besides being a pastor, I'm also an advocate of persons with disability, and I concur with what was said. So even as we look into buildings, passionate about that, even in our churches, that we make sure that where we are putting up something for public, we consider those people. Thank you. Let's pray. Precious Lord, we want to thank you for the opportunity to be together and share together on the good things that you're doing through the CorpsAfrica, all the partners, all the donors, all the friends to this organization. We want to thank you, Lord, because you value each one of us, and you have given us the responsibility of adding value to one another. And therefore the projects that are being done to add value to our people, to the vulnerable members of the society, to the young ones, to every community across the board. We want to thank you for enabling them within a short time to make an impact. And now we pray, King of Glory, there are those projects which are being put across to us, which need the touch of your people to enable those facilitators to undertake which they have desired to do and they have put in their hearts. And we pray that, Lord, you are going to give them the energy, the abilities, and also the resources that are needed. It is only you who can touch the hearts of people, hearts of men and women of goodwill, to do the little they can do so that somebody somewhere can be added value by getting something. King of Glory, we speak your blessing to everyone who has been a blessing to this organization. And now, Lord, as we come to the close of this, we pray for your blessings upon the board that is managing the CorpsAfrica, and all the staff, the volunteers, the workers, and even those who have been touched from this meeting, as they go to sit down and consider being a blessing to this organization. May you bless them even they do that. We want to speak a blessing to the Daystar University, the Daystar staff who have prepared this place, and they have enabled this meeting to take place smoothly. May you remember them and bless them. As we move from here, Lord, even as we go to partake the cup of coffee and even the rest of the program, even as we prepare to leave from this place, may your grace be sufficient for each one of us. And now, as we come to the close, we remember our government, Kenya. We thank you for the president and all those who are in authority. We lift them into your hands, and we pray for wisdom in navigating this nation. We want to thank you for the many blessings you are blessing us with, and every need that we bring it to you, and we trust that you are going to do it, and your name will be glorified. We honor you. We bless you. May your grace be sufficient. For in Jesus' name we do pray. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. God bless you. Shalom.
Thank you.